Now the question is, how's the deep road going to work? I would absolutely take that as an insult play to roll. What it means right now, practically speaking, is I will now need to be going and doing a manual update of a local text file every time I update the website with the upcoming page, which isn't the end of the world, but there really should be some kind of automatic system there. But anyways, yeah, Fade was like plus to story, plus to gameplay, minus to gameplay, minus to gameplay. Pretty sure that's how that evened out. I'm with you on that, my commander. So,
good, you're back. I was about... The crowd is eager to see another victim. Go down.
So, we're back here. Let's actually try this time.
Warden senses tingling.
Why is there no image? Why is it not showing up? Why are you not showing up? You can hear it, right? Okay. Here. This is a new problem. I'm telling you, this whole run is just cursed. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Now, hang on. I need to make sure it's actually capturing motion properly. Looks like it is. Jesus Christ. No kidding, Jesse Ward. My God. Anyways, what the hell was I doing? Right. So... I need to focus for that person.
Let's get started.
Here, pause. Back away. Kill them quickly.
On it.
Okay, we're good.
Less fighting, more dying, blast you!
Now here's a question. Do you think Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition will be better or worse for streaming, specifically?
On it. No, quarter!
The winner is the Grey Warden! Congratulations! You defeated the man Prince Trian himself once called the Horns of my army. Do you deny this Grey Warden has earned the championship? Then it is my honor to declare this Grey Warden champion of the Proving, who has shown that the ancestors favor Lord Harrowmont. The ancestors speak through you. Congratulations, Warden.
Well, again, I was talking specifically from a streaming perspective, Colger. Not for, you know, like, whether it'll be a good stream, that's a little different. Go ahead and don't do that anymore. So, yay, Lord Harrowmont, the greatest and most wonderful of all viewers. I mean, candidates for thingy. Woo! Listen, Harrowmont needs to drop me a $5 is what needs to happen here. Probably Jesse Ward.
You are not religious, yes? You do not believe?
I do, to some extent. It does not govern my life, however. Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing. You are just a very good person, and it shows. And I thought at first you were religious like some of the revered mothers. But no. I thought about it and I realized that you're not.
I do what I do because I enjoy it. Because I enjoy teaching others, helping them. I do not seek recognition for my works. I do not seek the approval of my peers, nor the approval of a distant god.
That is admirable, doing good for its own sake. Some I knew were not like that. They bragged about what they did, trying to impress others. Oh, Lady Adele, you fed and clothed 20 orphans. How noble. No, it's nothing, Lady Clarabelle. You treated 40 lepers and gave them massages. Like a competition with false modesty. Sickening.
Did Lady Clarabelle really give 40 lepers massages?
Who knows? Lady Clarabelle had strange tastes. I wouldn't be surprised if she did that and more.
I was going to say, I'm not sure the lepers will really appreciate that. Hello, RCC904. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a cutscene. Jesus, Jesse Ward. I'm sorry that Twitch is being twitchy right now. Unfortunately, with Starfield being something that people are streaming, I imagine that they're, hogging the bandwidth from people like, me. Fresh reminder that despite being a partner and all that, it doesn't really mean anything, and I'm just this dinky little nobody in my own little corner of the internet. But anyways, hi RCC. Welcome to the stream. I am rather enjoying the Orzammar section, as I always do. Possibly loner? It's also possible that Twitch is just being Twitch. That is a normal thing for Twitch to do. Where am I? Nope, this is the right direction. This is the right direction. By the way, we will not be streaming Starfield at launch because it's not funded yet, and that's not how we do things. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I did see what you said about Homeworld, although I didn't understand it, Von Falkenstein. Unless what you were saying was they're doing Homeworld 1 again, in which case, yeah, I get you. We're going to save right here.
Atrasvala, champion. I hear your performance in the Proving was nothing short of amazing. There can no longer be any doubt where your sympathies lie. If you're ready, Lord Harrowmont will see you now.
Cool. One thing, really quick.
Join me here when you're ready to leave.
Yep. Oh, gotcha. That's why I was rather confused on Falkenstein. Hey, Automata Americana. I do hope you like the rewrites. We have put a lot of ourselves into those. So, I was actually going to shotgun Starfield to the top. I have since decided not to do that.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more out there.
I mean, it does, Von Falkenstein.
Legion of the Dead sighted battling Darkspawn near Orzammar. They have no... A new offensive is required against the Darkspawn, says Lord Balin.
Yeah, as an aside, one thing I was debating doing is going ahead and lumping Starfield into the BRPG block, because it sounds like that is what it is. Yeah, I'm not into trend chasing, in general, but also as a business policy. There is a value in trend chasing if you're at the top. To put this into a slightly different perspective, if I was one of the top streamers, I would absolutely be trend chasing because I would have to be. It would be mandatory for me to maintain my seat. And in order to maintain my position, people would be expecting it of me. I would also have to be constantly on top of things with regards to what the next big thing is. Just in general. I might even actually establish what the next big thing is. But the smaller you are, in terms of overall size and footprint on Twitch, the more that's actually a bad idea. Because every step down the rung you are Remember that every person above you and several people below you are also your competition for the exact same thing. So if I stream Starfield, tomorrow, then I will be streaming Starfield amongst a sea of people streaming Starfield. We talked about this with Baldur's Gate 3 as well. It's not really a viable business model. It's not going to get the kind of attention it could or should. Having said that, there is another debate, which I think we as a people need to be having, which we're not going to have right now, but it has to do with when we review new games. We'll come to that later. But I do think there's two rather differing camps which have their own merits.
You're awfully bold, walking right up to me after coming out against Prince Balin and the Proving. You do know who I am, right? I'm Vartag Gavorn, the Prince's chief advisor.
Oh yeah, by the way, I've been getting consistently more views streaming Dragon Age Origins. By about double. And that's while I've been sick and while this stream has been cursed. Now, that may or may not mean anything. I'm just mentioning it because it's a fact. I'd like to meet Prince Balin.
Well, you have an unusual way of showing it. Why would the Prince possibly meet with someone who came out publicly against him?
And now Harrowmont trusts me, unlike your other spies.
I see your point. Had you come to us first, Harrowmont would have suspected you. But now, he has no reason to think you're anything other than his champion. On the proving grounds and off.
What are you doing? You gave Lord Harrowmont your word.
My lady, you do not know Harrowmont as we do. Long has he plotted to steal the throne from the Idukans.
And they say your prince killed his own brother and father. It seems it is only Lord Harrowmont's influence that prevented him from profiting from his crime.
Keep your companion under control. I would hate to see her thrown into the deep roads because of a cultural misunderstanding.
Harrowmont seems an honorable man. This Prince Balin will not even deign to speak with you. Why should you help him?
Hi, Shale.
I suppose I never considered that.
So, it's agreed then? You will infiltrate Harrowmont's ranks for us?
Of course. Tell me what you want to do.
There's plenty we want to know, but I'm still not convinced you'll be the one to deliver it. If you really want Balin's trust, you'll have to prove your loyalty to Harrowmont is just an act. What has he asked you to do next?
Nothing.
Then find out and come tell me. If you want to be of use to the Prince, this is your chance to prove it. And stay away from Lord Helmy and Lady Dace. I'm sure we can find a better way to prove your worth. I look forward to seeing you again.
New quest, Betrayal from Within. And yeah, like it or not, large-scale RPGs tend to draw a bit of an audience. I am curious how the Final Fantasies will rate in terms of viewership when we get there. That's a ways off, though. And of course, we've got WoW on the horizon.
Regarding Lord Balin's impending marriage to a captive mother.
I'm kind of showing this off because I feel a few people have never known that you can do this. I screwed it up because I forgot to take the Lord Harrowmont quest first, but I was just being cautious. There we go. We don't know who poisoned... let me actually walk this back. We don't know that Endrian was poisoned at all, Kira White Noise. Ouch, just Hewport. Also true, RC. Sorry, I almost said RCC. My apologies. Because, yeah, BioWare just got pretty gutted. So much so that we've commented on it every single day I've been streaming for the past week. Including when I was streaming Baldur's Gate 3.
Are you ready to see his lordship now?
Yes, it would be an honor.
The honor is ours to have found such a staunch and upright ally.
Yep. That's me. Staunch, upright ally. I got your back, yo. It's cool. We're cool. We're all very cool here. But yeah, Endrian is dead, and that's honestly all we know about the matter. Definitively. Yes, I've been following the news pretty closely, RRC, and I'm not going to repeat myself for the second time today about my full thoughts on the matter, but all I'm saying is that this is something that we saw coming from a ways off. It sucks, but this is textbook. None of what's happening is surprising.
I appreciate what you have done, Warden, and I apologize for putting one of your rank through such trials. I am Lord Pyrell Harrowmont, and I thank you for your efforts to help me preserve King Endrin's throne.
I'm going to be real with you, Lord Harrowmont. All I really want is support against the Blight.
For us, the Darkspawn are a constant menace, so a blight may not elicit the same urgency you are used to. Ultimately, the Assembly decides what troops to send. If they no longer fear civil war, they'll have no reason to hold back. If you want my support to count, I will have to be king. And right now, there is no sure way to get there. Have you heard of a woman named Jarvia and the criminal Carta she runs?
I have, if I happen to be playing a Dwarven commoner, which I am not.
The Assembly receives pleas every day from the common folk, begging that something be done about her. So far, no one has managed. Jarvia hides her base in Dust Town, the raw edges of the city where no one lives but castless and criminals. If you would help me in this, it would show the Assembly that I, and not Balin, have the ability to defend and rule this city.
Very well. I'll go right now.
Do this, and I promise if I take the throne, I will not stop until the Assembly sends your troops. Look for Jarvia in Dust Town. Do whatever it takes to see that justice is served.
Of course. That's definitely what we're interested in. Thank you, Random. Always appreciate you. And if you give me a moment, I'll jot that down. 4, Mother 3, Xenoblade 3, Spiritfarer 3. Always appreciate. Thank you. Do I think King Endrin was in any way a good person? No. Now, I don't think he was necessarily a bad person, but I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that indicates he was a decent person. Quite the contrary, I could argue that there's several bits of evidence that he was a bad person. First of all, he was a king of Orzammar. So, you know, I could stop there. End statement. I could also point to at least 2 of his children. And then there's us, his 3rd child, who... well, we can play quite an asshole. And we can kill lots of people in the Dwarf Noble origin. Like, a weirdly large number of people. I'm going to the wrong place. God damn it. Wake up, Laura. Wake up. Wake up. Yeah, we are heavily encouraged. I pointed it out when we were doing Dwarf Noble. It was like you'd get 4 options, 3 of which are some flavor of evil, and the 4th one is courteous. Now, I liked playing an actually decent Dwarf Noble, but you can see what they're leaning you towards.
Grey Wardens present in Orzammar. Endorsement of Lord Harrowmont.
And yeah, I agree with you. RRC, excuse me.
Lord Harrowmont, unable to win over...
Oh man, I know that feeling. Did you get in, by the way, Random? If you can talk about it.
Balin will not allow it.
Oh no, I'm being attacked by Balin's troops. Oh no, Balin's troops are burning to death. These 2 facts are not at all related to each other.
Let's end this quickly.
Congrats then, Brandon. I know how those NDAs work. I don't know what you're talking about, Eva.
Did you talk to Harrowmont? What does he want you to do?
Yeah, he wants me to go kill Jarvia.
That's a good plan. If he can claim credit for stopping the Carta, Harrowmont will be in Golden with a lot of Deshers. It's a little odd, though, given his associations with Dust Town smugglers.
What kind of associations?
Well, I'm surprised Harrowmont's protecting Orzammar from the Carta, when I have solid evidence his own cousin supplies the Illyrium.
So, you want me to make that evidence public?
These papers show ties between the Carta and young Harville Harrowmont. If you ensure they are found in Jarvia's possession, I guarantee the prince will want to talk to you. And don't bother looking for Lord Helmy and Lady Dace. This is a far better way to prove your worth.
Very well. So, time to go kill Jarvia and incriminate him. I supported Harrowmont on my Dwarf Noble playthrough because I could not bring it in myself to support Balin. I couldn't do it.
Rumors of Grey Warden mass recruitment of castless circulating the colony.
All be aware that the Grey Wardens have aligned with Lord Harrowmont. Be not afraid to follow suit.
I meant the canon playthrough, Lord Harrowmont, not the stream playthrough. Which I guess isn't even canon, because my canon is a mage, but whatever, you get the point. I mean, that entire quest arc is probably the best quest in all of Inquisition, if that's the one I'm thinking of, RRC. Yeah, I'm a Dwarf Noble. You should elect me as king. Guys, do we have to do this?
The Warden has joined Harrowmont. Attack the base.
Okay. I'm gonna do it, Caspian. I'm gonna get killed because I can't move! Ah! Okay, okay. If you want to play, we can play. Can someone pull all this crap off? Oh my god, where's Alistair where I need him?
Mom, you can do better than that. It's either you or me, and it isn't going to be me.
That's true, Lord Harrowmont is watching me as we speak! We all know how unforgiving he is.
As you wish.
Listen, Alistair's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's busy. Ugh, already with the load times.
I think I just stepped in something.
We'll get plenty for their kit once we cut them out of it.
Okay, well, you're dead, so enjoy yourself.
Put them back!
Violence is a solution. Sometimes.
On camera? No, Equalitas. But in general, yes.
Alright, back on the tip then. Brilliant!
We done here?
Who are you? You don't look like any guardsman I ever saw, and that's not much of a uniform.
Loretta? Grey Warden?
Oh, you looking for a chance to bring in some coin? Could be I have that opportunity. Especially for someone with a few connections above ground.
Sounds like I wouldn't approve of your kind of opportunity.
Long as you keep your eyes down and your mouth shut, we've got no further business.
Cool. Nice people. Nice place.
On it.
Want to move in here sometime.
What do you want, Warden? You're out of your element down here.
I'm looking for a thief who stole from the Shaperate.
Is that so? What makes you think anyone here would turn me, this person in? You've walked into a sodding fight, Warden, and I've already passed your stupid tome along. Too bad for you.
Oh, okay. Well, enjoy your death.
The battle is finished.
As you wish.
Yeah, but that's just gold, Latario. Honestly, I don't need gold. I need power. Unlimited power.
Your clothes are so fancy. Did you get them topside?
Yeah, actually.
My mam used to say they don't got no stone to protect them topside. If I go up there, I'm gonna fall into the sky.
But it's okay. All you have to do is hold on really tight with your feet.
Yes. When my dad left, he never came back. Who's to say he didn't fall up, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't fall into the sky when you go back up there.
Don't worry about it.
Well, look at that. It's not often old Nadezhda sees a fine-dressed stranger here in Dust Town. Help a poor cripple.
Alright. 5 silvers. Have some food.
You're as kind as you are beautiful. I owe you when I get back on my feet. If my feet still worked. It takes a stranger to notice how bad things are, huh? No dwarf would lift a sodding finger. Excuse my language.
Language?
Get you out of the diamond quarters, stranger. You got a vice you're looking for old Nadezhda to fill?
Actually, no. I'm looking for a woman named Jarvia.
Know her. I used to run with her. Jarvia took over the Carta not more than a year ago, and already she's got every duster with both legs bearing swords for her.
I suppose you know where I could find her.
Won't be easy. She's gotten real careful since Barat died. Real paranoid. She's got Carta members all carrying these fingerbone tokens. She scratches some mark into them so she'll know they came from her. There's doors to her base all over the city, but only one is ever open at a time. And if you show up without a token, you'd never know it was there.
Don't suppose you know where I could find one of these tokens?
Can't help you there, Selrocka. The Carta members keep them real tight. But that's worth something, right? Maybe just a little.
I already gave you some food. So here's some more.
I'll think of you when I go to bed with a full stomach.
You're welcome.
Spare a bit for... have you a coin to spare, milady? It's for my son. He's sick. He hasn't any clean clothes to wear or anything to eat today. Neither have I.
Why doesn't your son's father help you?
A question I ask every day. He was eager enough for a daughter who would bring him into the mining caste. But since the boy was born, I've not seen nose or heel of the lout. And me alone on the street, forbidden to return to my family unless I... But no! I can't bear to even think of it!
I'm sorry, what does your family want you to do?
My son's father is casteless, as is he. I used to be a miner, but my parents stripped my caste and refused to accept me back. Unless I agree to abandon the child in the deep roads and pretend I never bore him.
Dwarves, ladies and gentlemen. That's horrible.
I cannot abandon my baby. The Shapers teach that only children of true lineage exist, not those born casteless. But they never carried a child. He cries like any other infant, and smiles when he's warm and full. I can't kill him because of an accident of birth, an accident I forced on him.
We could persuade her to kill him, but of course we're not going to do that. Go to the freaking surface!
I thought about that. They say there's no caste up there, that humans don't care about lineage. I've never met a surfacer, though. I thought it might not be safe.
Hi. I'm from the surface.
And you've been kinder than any of my countrymen. Perhaps it's a sign. If it gives my son a chance to live, I will go. Thank you, stranger, for opening my eyes. Perhaps I'll see you next in the light of the sun.
Anyways, Dr. Winter asks a valid question. How do we handle bad writing that only comes from a specific origin? For example, Lesky sides with Jarvia against us if we're a Dwarven commoner. So I think the way we're going to handle that is I'm going to hiccup. That hurt. Oh, God, my ribs. Or chest, muscle, my core muscles just are not happy with me right now. We have a negative somewhere. I'm actually not sure where it is. There it is. It's negative number 4 into the story. We're just going to bake it under that, I think, because there's several examples of things where... Yeah, exactly. There's several instances where the game just doesn't really follow through on events of a specific origin. It's actually... We even have a category for it. It's called consequence storytelling. Or in this case, the absence thereof. So, that's I think, where we're going to bake that kind of thing into. I don't see the nug seller, unless I'm blind, dumb, and deaf.
Hey there, stranger. 6 bits for a tumble. 2 silvers if you all want to go at once.
She's a golem.
It's everywhere. That's the problem. There's nowhere she can't see you.
And meanwhile, Twitch is apparently being even worse than usual for more people than one. That sucks. Already talked to him? What? What? Time to kill Evo for giving me bad information. Yep. Hang on, let me get my assassin's mask here. Let's see here. Where we go. Alright, pull this up here. Shing. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes? Why is someone like you hanging about Dusttown so much?
I should go.
Don't fall into the sky when you go back up there.
This one, I think?
Well, look what we have here. Jarvia said you were looking for trouble. Congratulations. You found it.
Hi. Yeah, so,
Senses tingling.
I hope you enjoy what's about to happen about half as much as I do.
Let's get started.
Roughly half.
Disarm yourself. I never liked this part. All right.
That would be nice, Jesse Ward. Hi, yeah, I'm the main character.
You kill me! Sorry ancestors! What do they teach you on the surface? You fight like a bleeding archdemon. Sweet bloody stone, look at them all!
So, you're gonna tell me how to find Jarvia, or you're gonna join all the corpses you just helped make.
The base is below the city. You can get to it through the wall of the 3rd house on this row. Put this token through the slot, and it'll open. Well, will you let me go now?
Yes. I would strongly recommend not being at Jarvia's when I go through there.
Really? Oh, thank you. You're a good person. How do they say it? The ancestors have shown their favor. Bless you.
You're welcome. Get out of my face. I tend to lean towards going high cunning on my bard, aka Liliana. That's because I really like the fully buffed songs. Yeah, Twitch is just being really weird today. Is it? I don't even know if there's anything I can do about it. Hang on, let's check something real quick. I know September just started. Let's check Twitch support really quick. Well, no big announcements, so... well. Yeah, I need to just go to the Twitch headquarters and be like, could you fix your crap, please? Like, could you do that, please? Cool, thanks. Liliana, could you open these, please? Oh, kinda, thanks. Oh my god, helmets in this game. Do I even have? I do not. Meh. Yeah, you are not the only one, Jesse Ward, and I do not know what to add to that. Yeah, I was gonna say, name armor that looks good in a BioWare game pre-Mass Effect 2. Go ahead. I'll wait.
What are you looking for? We got nothing to buy for the likes of you. Or maybe you wanted to sell.
Pretty sure Oblivion wasn't BioWare.
That's what I thought.
And Tor's release date is debatable. But I would say Tor doesn't count as pre-Mass Effect 2, personally. Especially since Mass Effect 3 was still impacted by the development of Tor, so... I suppose this game does predate Mass Effect 2. So we've successfully come up with 2 decent sets of armor across about 10 years of gaming. Which is, that's pretty impressive, honestly.
Let's get started.
Yeah, I did notice that, Django. I mean, my favorite armor in this game is actually a fan mod. But it's mostly just a recolor. The Runic Warden one. That's the one. Hi, everyone. I don't know any trap spells, do I? That's okay. Let's kill that for some reason. And
As you wish.
actually, no. Let's undo that. Hang on. Change my mind. Hi.
What's the password?
Jarvia sucks lizard eggs.
Looks like we have a martyr, boys.
Thank you for repositioning me there, game. What is this? Baldur's Gate 3?
This should be easy enough.
Run in fear.
Be careful!
True enough, Blade Tival. True enough. You know, I think my favorite thing about these people is it's so logical and understandable in universe why they wouldn't, you know, immediately get out of my way upon me coming through. But every now and again it would be nice just to walk through and be like, hey, I'm the Grey Warden. And they'll be like, oh my god!
I have heard much about the halls of the Dwarven kings, but the stories do it no justice. It is so strange, harsh, yet beautiful.
I mean, my second favorite Assassin's Creed outfit to this very day, Jesse Ward, is the wolf one. The Remus armor from Brotherhood, I believe.
And have you seen those tiny pig-like burrowing animals? They are adorable. I wish I could have one as a pet. But they must be hard to catch and... Oh, just ignore me. I'm so silly sometimes. Let's just go.
Right. Alright, let's go kill some people. Then we'll see about that, shall we? Hey guys, nice trap over there. Shale? Never mind.
This should be easy enough.
Well, it's funny you say that, Lord Harrowmont, because I think that happens in Origins a couple of times, too, where you're just like, hi, I'm the Warden. They're like, It happens a couple of times, and that's better than nothing.
Here we go! Watch out!
As you wish. Let's end this quickly.
Shale is fairly dense. I will agree with that sentence.
I end their pathetic little existences.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Move aside.
Oh, that would be funny. Alright, Shale, I'm gonna knock you into the enemies. You got it!
Let's make time.
Oh yeah, Shale is thick, let me tell you. I mean, it is certainly an interesting question, Rain 36, because, as you so accurately allude to, there is no good option. Unless you want to count the possibility of actually genociding magic, which may not be possible, but we do know that magic potential is carried in the blood. So, some very messy and horrific not genocide, the other thing that's like one step away from genocide.
This should be easy enough.
Eugenics. Some very messy eugenics could, like, try to pull that down over the years. And there are people in setting who have practiced eugenics to try and, you know, breed magic in and out of bloodlines. We'll be talking about that when it comes to Dragon Age 2.
Let's get started.
Hi. Yeah, exactly. The Devinters, you know, when you have a mageocracy, what can you say, right? Whoop, that just was awful. But to answer your question directly, Rain 36, we haven't sat and really discussed the mage problem yet.
Only one shall stand. Maker's breath. Stay still. You had it coming.
Of course, the really horrible thing, and I know you're sick to death of hearing me say this, is that the answer here, the solution to the mage problem,
This should be easy enough.
is to know who and what the Fade is, who and what the Maker is, and who and what demons and spirits are. None of which we have an answer to right now, because if we knew those things, we would be able to reverse engineer a solution that might be able to actually solve this problem. As is, we don't, so we're in the same boat they are, where they don't know how to actually fix this any more than we do.
This should be easy enough.
It often is, Blade Taval. Not always, but often. Having said all that, we do know one particular individual's intended mage solution.
I'll do it.
That would, of course, be to not do this. There we go. To tranquil every mage. Just all of them. Etch-a-sketch, 100%. Lord Harrowmont's point there, see, this is why he's going to be the king of Orzammar. Lord Harrowmont's point is valid, too. Just because a solution isn't working doesn't mean it can't work. Implementation is a thing. It is possible with actually increased efforts with regards to education and motive and checks and balances and a little bit more nuanced look at things, a little less dogma. Probably remove the chantry from total control over the circles as well while we're on the subject. That it might actually just be that the circle concept is a valid answer.
Let's make this quick.
The battle is finished.
Oh god. Yeah, a whole bunch of mages going to live on their own on a desert island. That is a nightmare scenario. Ignoring the fact that they would obviously eventually, pretty much guaranteed, give into demonic possession at some point or another, you're also essentially guaranteeing that all of those mages will only ever have mage children, because bloodline. Although someone asked this earlier, and I've been racking my brain, I'm not sure they bring up the bloodline thing in Origins, specifically. I know it comes up in 2, and I know it comes up in Inquisition, but I don't have any specific memory of the bloodline thing showing up in Origins. Really, game? You're just gonna... Really? Well, it's funny you say that, Blade Taval. By several accounts... Oh my god, it was a trap! By several accounts, the circle in Ferelden is one of the better circles. Like, one of the least bad circles out there. And based on what we've seen, I tend to agree with that.
As you wish.
I mean, Gregor is downright liberal, for lack of a better way to put it, when it comes to Templars. Oh no, it was a trap. That actually hurt.
Right. You force our hand. Let's make this quick. No fast with violence is the solution. Sometimes. You had it coming.
I must have this.
Prepare to be crushed. Let's make this quick, shall we?
That could have been worse.
Hey, Lesky.
Stranger, let me out. I see you bear no love for Jarvia. Please, help me.
Hey, look, it's us. Yep.
Please, stranger, let me out. I see you bear no love for Jarvia.
Hang on, let me get the key. Let me get the key.
Help me.
Yeah, how many times do you see us make a cameo? Hang on, switch over to Shale for a second. Let's do lightning damage for a bit, just to vary it up. Just for fun.
Thank you. We've been down here. It's been so long. My friend didn't make it. Just stopped eating one day, and all for a stupid bet.
As you wish. This should be easy enough.
Yep. Here goes the Dwarf Commoner. F's in chat. I'm going to be having to pay attention for that, because I don't really remember Inquisition visually that much, Hero. I remember 2. 2 was quite distinct, and we'll talk about that when we get there.
Gordon senses tingling. This should be easy enough.
Do I just have to depopulate this place? Is that just where we're at? Okay, everybody can die.
On it.
I mean, we've actually talked about this before. By legal definition, which I know is a weird way to phrase it, Wynn is an abomination. She is a person who has a spirit in her. The catch is that there's a bit of nuance and gradient to what that interaction is and can be. For a while there was an argument, or perhaps a theory, that Wynn was dead, similar to Uldred. And, you know, what we're interacting with is just the spirit. The books have since proven that wrong, along with the lead up to Inquisition. So no, we do know that a spirit can inhabit without possessing, is how I want to phrase that. Whatever. What do we get? Enters. Who? Come on, game.
As you wish. It's either you or me, and it isn't going to be me.
Prepare to be crushed.
I like that Shale is shorter than the Kunari, by the way.
As you wish. Come now, defend yourself.
This should be easy enough. One left.
No, I know, Evo, and that itself is actually a joke, because the original Shale was sufficiently large as to cause issues with the geometry of the game.
Let's end this.
So they quite literally made her shorter.
No mercy.
That's a good question, Dr. Winter. The problem there is we're running into some severe retcons.
As you wish.
And it's hard to judge something like that when you're running into that. So we'll cover that when we get there. So I haven't actually watched that VOD yet, Ross, nor do I plan to. However, I will say that the absence of online co-op has...
As you wish.
Well, I don't want to say it's completely destroyed my interest in the game, but it's definitely lowered my enjoyment of the game, or my interest in the game substantially. I was really excited. And then, you know. Yeah. Anyways. What are we going for? Mario Wonder on Falkenstein.
Let's get started.
I know, nobody cares. But god damn it, I was looking forward to that. I was not the only one. Well, it probably has couch co-op, which, yay. I mean, I don't care. That depends on my niece more than anything else.
I defeat
Game, you gonna target the guy?
Right. Now we go into the...
That's true, Jordan. I do regularly play video games with my niece, whenever available. At the moment, the game we're playing most is City Skylines, which you can tell just proves how horrifically evil of a person I am that I would dare let her play a city builder.
On it. Let's get started.
I mean, Mario Wonder's still going to be a good game. And I'm still going to enjoy the hell of it and still going to score very high. Let's just get that out of the way. It's just, I was really looking forward to another Mario game to play with my friends, that's all. Yes, all the pollution.
Right.
Oh!
Let us end this.
Move and parry! Strike and kill!
I will also say that I can't bring myself to say that Inquisition has bad writing, because it has several elements of good writing, but its plot is disinteresting at best, and its main villain shouldn't... Well, let me walk this back. The main central villain, the final boss, shouldn't be. I wouldn't bet on it, Pika. Not with a direct today. That's not happening. I mean, Inquisition did have the Red Lyrium arc, which I will say without spoilers for the usual reason we avoid spoilers here. And that was pretty awesome. That was a great thing. And of course, there's the Orlesian mission, which I really liked. The game Inquisition also did a really good job of following through on a lot of the plot threads from Origins, which I will always give it credit for.
So, Harrowmont finally realized we're taking the city, yet he still can't be bothered to send his own men. Well, you picked the wrong side, stranger. It doesn't matter who's king, as long as there's a queen.
It was black! Anyways, thank you, Gray. Always and ever appreciate. And if you would like to put that towards something, or rather up to 3 things, please let me know. You know, you're awfully cocky for someone whose entire card is dead.
You'll pay for their deaths 100 times over. Kill them! But leave the pretty one alive. I have plans for her.
Which one's the pretty one? Is Leliana is Shale? Oh my god, we're a party of all females.
I sense something drawing near.
Shale, of course! That makes sense. I agree completely. That was funny.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
Why do I have so many?
Be careful!
Look at that crap.
Now we go into battle.
Shayla's going to glitter from ear to ear.
As you wish.
That was funny. I didn't even do that on purpose. You got it, Gray. And 7. Give me 1 second. That's going towards Horizon Forbidden West, Star Trek Resurgence, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor. You got it. Thank you. Again.
Let's end this! To me, I need help! Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
Game.
You're
This should be easy enough.
Now we go
it
into
is
battle.
done!
Yeah, no, this fight is unironically quite brutal. I remember this fight on Nightmare. I remember being surprised by this fight on Nightmare. And just being like, whoa. I don't know what you're talking about, Latario. Everything's fine. Everything's... We're definitely supporting.
Right ahead.
Whoever it is we're supporting. I actually forgot. Who are we supporting again?
Be easy enough.
It doesn't matter. Okay, let's trick this trap really quick here. Just get that out of the way. Lord help me! I mean, yeah. I also wouldn't mind supporting Branca, just to watch everybody just flip out over that. Oh, inventory's full. We'll fix that in a bit. Oh, for God's sakes. Get rid of that. I've got a coin right here, Latario. It'll be fine. I'll just be like, who are we supporting? Let's see. Oh, okay. And there you go. Just like real life politics. Let's go ahead and plant the papers here. There we go. Yeah. I have not here. I'm not sure I could. Like, I struggle to think of a scenario where I could do that. Because the only way I could do that is, like, imagine for a moment we're playing, you know, a game on the Switch and the Switch controls don't work. But that's not really a negative for no controller support. That's a negative for the game being unplayable. So it's like... Lol, Shadow Machine. Okay, we're already having a memory leak. God, we've only been playing for like 40 minutes.
God, by all the beards of my ancestors! How did you... Where did you come from? You made a hole in my wall!
I suppose that would be negative worthy, Blade Jabal. That's valid. I've never encountered such a thing, but that is valid. So, yeah, that leads to a Carta hideout.
It does? Oh, sod it. If people find out about this, my business will be ruined. They'll think I have something to do with Jarvia.
It's fine. Jarvia's dead.
How? Did you... You did, didn't you? You killed her.
Mm-hmm.
And then you climbed out of there into my shop.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just leave me alone. I don't want anything to do with this. And if anyone comes asking, I'm gonna tell them you did it.
But can you sell?
You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop?
Do you have a daughter named Dagna?
Has she been bothering you? Gets a whiff of surface stink, and she's like a cave tick. Won't let go.
Right. I'd like her to help study with the mages.
Do you even know what that means? If Dagna goes to the surface, she forfeits her caste. She'll never be able to marry or work in Orzammar again. Dwarves don't do magic. Dagna knows that. It's just a childhood fantasy that dies hard. Please, if you see her, send her back and let me talk some sense into her.
No. Also, hang on.
You again. Here to buy something? Of course.
See, I need you to buy, like, all my crap, okay? Just get rid of all of this crap, won't you please? Just empty my inventory, sir. Let's just get rid of all this crap. Just get rid of all this crap. Just get all this crap out of inventory. All this crap. Hey, we've got Templar armor. I don't think I even noticed Giga Pudding, to be totally honest with you. Which probably says something about how pathetic I am. I believe we did von Falkenstein, but don't quote me on that. That'll do for now. Apparently stream's just being twitchy today. Whatever. Okay, so, that was fun. I mean, several people are reporting the same issue at Qualitas. I hope it's not another NTT, AT&T problem, because it's probably going to get worse. I'm just going to say it that way. Words. Well, I don't know what AT&T stands for, but NTT is one of the Eastern... Japan. Internet in Japan. And you're probably thinking, what does that have to do with this game? Or stream? Well, here's the deal. NTT and AT&T are both dicks. I think it's the simplest way I could put that. And they've decided to start waggling their dicks at each other, just all over the place. It's a total sausage fest. And as a result of that, certain people are having worse internet connections when they're trying to do any kind of connection through AT&T to NTT and vice versa. So the reason that's significant is because we already have pretty terrible internet infrastructure here in the States, but we're starting to see, and it's recent as of this year, we're starting to see the beginnings of multinational internet companies starting to waggle their dicks at each other, which always, universally leads to a worse experience for us, the people who are caught in the middle, who don't really have a choice in the matter. Even if you don't actually have AT&T as a provider, there's a non-zero chance that your connection will eventually go through one of their trunks and end up going through it when trying to get to international connections, which means problems, right? So, yay. Anyways, where are we at on this quest? Just all live in Japan. I don't know. I've seen what their copy wrong law is like. Not really Reign 36, but that's because I won't be able to play it for however many years. Like, I already own the game. I was a backer for it. So you can officially tell the memory leak problems have started to hit Dragon Age Origins. Obviously, the load times give it away. But the moment the load screens start to stall, like the game's about to crash, you officially 100% know you should go ahead and restart the game at that point. Because you've started escalating. Like, it's going to start exponentially getting worse each load screen. So that's your no really restart the game marker. So, for anybody curious. Yeah, that's another thing. Japan still has a pretty strong anti-foreigner bent. Whether it's deserved or not is not really relevant.
News of the hour. Lord Balin's claim that Harrowmont stopped
That's true. Think about all that anime.
Orzammar questions Lord Harrowmont's ability to
All be mine. Oh god, that's right. Sea of Stars has Mitsuda. Well, moving on.
Well, I hear someone tore through Dusttown like a headsman's axe. And it's already whispered that House Harrowmont had ties to the smugglers. I assume that was you?
Well, yeah.
Then you've certainly proven yourself. Are you ready to meet Balin now?
Of course.
I wouldn't keep the prince waiting long.
Hang on. Hang on. I don't think I've ever done this. Yes, Yasunori Mitsuda, who is the composer for Sea of Stars, aka someone a lot of people like his music.
Grey Wardens endorse paralyzing or
I am not one of those people. His music, in addition to just not being my thing, in some cases legitimately hurts my ears.
revenge on Grey Wardens.
So that should be fun. Quick over here.
You're the best wrangler I've ever seen. But there's more of
I just say no thank you, Jesse Ward. I was looking for something else, and now I can't even remember what it was, Evo. I was going to do something else in addition to this, and I cannot remember what it was now. No. In fact, I will probably end up not giving a positive. Well, I might give a positive for music, for like the 2 good songs in the game. I haven't written it down so far. I'll put down a question mark for that. But I guarantee it's going to be a net negative for music because of the no music problem.
Yes? Why is someone like you hanging about Dusttown so much?
Do you know anything about the small rodents down here?
Nugs? Yes. They don't got much meat on them, but down here you can't be picky. Better than nothing.
Right. Could you get one for me, please?
What for? You going to cook them up yourself?
No. My friend wants one as a pet.
Yeah, I can find a nug for you. Could even get one from outside the city. Those ones in the deeps don't eat as much garbage. I don't know what they eat, but they always seem healthier, you know? Shiny coats, bright eyes. How much you giving me?
20 silver.
Real silver, huh? I'll get you a big one for that. Give me some time. I'll hunt them down for you.
Cool. Appreciate you. Yeah, Origins has 2 problems, in my opinion, when it comes to his music. First, most of its music is wallpaper music. You don't even notice it, and not in a good way. You know, the second problem with Dragon Age Origins music is that half the time, and actually substantially more than half the time, it's not there at all. It is the no music problem. So that's why I say the music is probably going to be a net negative.
I got him. He's all squirmy, but he's a big fella.
Here you go. 20 silver.
I knew you'd be good on your word. Nice doing business.
But that would be stupid, Ross. In addition to just inaccurate. No, I think I'm not going to give her the gift, just to spite you. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right call here. In fact, I could just destroy this right now. I could destroy this nug. Right now. Make a nug stew? Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, just throw ingredients into a pot and stir until it turns all gray. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Lord Harrowmont is the voice of tradition and stability.
You know, that's true, Jesse Ward. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we'll just put it in, hey, Lillian, I got you a gift. And then stab!
Again, Balin seems to be one step ahead. I thank you for helping me remove Jarvia, but it seems Balin spread rumors that it was I who raised her in the first place. To help with your troops, I will require your assistance one last time. Do you know anything of the Paragon Branca?
I've heard the name before. The Assembly raised her to Paragon for inventing a new fuel.
Yes, a smokeless fuel that made underground forges safer than they've ever been. 2 years ago, she took her entire house into the deep roads on a mad quest to uncover ancient secrets. No one's heard from her since. Were she to return and endorse someone for the throne, the Assembly would be honor-bound to accept her wishes.
You know, that's really insane if you really think about this. You want me to go into the deep roads hunting down someone who has been missing for 2 years so that she can get you two to put a drunken monkey on the throne.
Her entire house went with her. It would take a lot to kill so many.
You mean like the Darkspawn?
Proof of her death, or a body to return to the stone, would still show that as an ancestor, it was my hand she guided to her remains.
Are you sure Branca would support you as king?
It's hard to say what she would do. She wasn't exactly known for her predictability. She never seemed to like being a paragon. She was devoted to her craft, never cared for politics. but one of the most brilliant minds Orzammar has seen. Branca hated Darkspawn with a passion. She would certainly be a valuable voice to support your treaty.
All right.
My men traced Branca's disappearance to an ancient crossroads known as Carradin's Cross. It is many miles below where we normally venture, but I can provide a map to lead you there. Just enter the deep roads through the mines. Thank you again, and may the ancestors guide your steps.
Let's see. So I agree with the main menu theme, and I agree with the camp theme. I don't remember the Archdemon fight song, and I don't remember the Rise of the Darkspawn.
The vote is soon, and the deep road's long. I would leave now if you don't.
Well, it would probably be a lot worse game as a result to Quack, so that's definite negative. The credits song, I don't remember that by memory either. Look, I have no memory, okay? I've never read or seen or played a video game in my life, alright? Hi, my name is the Lore Runner. We're doing a blind playthrough of Dragon Age Origins, a game I have never played before. I've been told video games are a thing that you interact with. I'm not sure how that works. If anybody can help me out with that, that'd be cool. Whoops, wrong way, wrong way. I, of course, have the original Dragon Age Origins NES cartridge.
Does that lead out to the deep roads? I hear they're crawling with Darkspawn.
Stranger, have you seen a Grey Warden hereabouts? I've been privy to the rumor that he, or was that she? You understand this was many mugs ago. Was searching for Branca on Lord Harrowmont's own command.
I'm the Grey Warden. She.
Well, if you're the best they got, then standards must have fallen way down. But I suppose that would account for a human in Orzammar. Say, could I ask you a favor?
Didn't I see you bickering with some noble earlier?
Aye, that blowhard Loylanar. And if you asked him, all he probably said is, "Oh, that Ogren, he pisses ale and kills little boys who looked at him wrong." And that's mostly true. But the part they never say is how I'm the only one still trying to save our only Paragon. And if you're looking for Branca, I'm the only one who knows what she was looking for, which might be pretty sodding helpful in finding her.
I heard she was going for some ancient technology.
Aye, lots of folks know that. But you don't know what, right? I know what Branca wanted, and how she was looking. You, I assume, know whatever Harrowmont's men have dug up on where exactly she disappeared. If we pool our knowledge, we stand a chance of finding Branca. Otherwise, good sodding luck.
I will admit that the very idea that this quest succeeds is almost as ridiculous as the urn. It doesn't bother me as much, I think at least in part because everything from every step of this indicates that this is a fool's errand. And we're only doing, both we and Ogren, separately, are doing this out of wild desperation.
It's the deep roads. I'll kill Darkspawn. Outside of that, what difference does it make? Branca was a brilliant girl, but half the time she'd add 2 and 2 and make it 50. You want to find her, you need someone who knows how she thinks.
Oh, that's true. Branca is currently alive and was last seen 2 years ago. The urn may or may not exist. The ashes may or may not exist. They may or may not heal someone. Sounds like we have a deal.
You should know that Branca was looking for the Anvil of the Void, the secret to building golems, which was lost centuries ago. The smith Carradin built it, and with it, Orzammar had 100 years of peace, while it was protected by the golems forged on the Anvil. As far as anyone knows, the Anvil was built in the old Orton Tig. Branca planned to start looking there. if she could ever find it. All she knew was that it was past Carradin's cross. No one's seen that tag for 500 years.
I actually happen to have a map. I'm sorry. Why do you care about Branca?
Why? We were sodding married until she left me and took our whole house into the deep roads on her mad quest for the Anvil. It was a stupid move. If I'd been with her, she'd have made it back years ago. But I forgive her.
Well, like I said, I got a map.
If we're going, let's get moving. Branca's not gonna sodding find herself.
So, sorry, Liliana. You're out.
Blood and damnation.
So this should be a fun party. But yes, we must bring the most attractive woman in the party, obviously. Which is Shale. What do we got for you? Do we have anything for you? Might. That's some spiffing armor, actually. I kind of like that. Listen, all I'm saying, good fortune, Lothario. Hopefully you don't have the number of issues I had, because I had a lot of issues. Not gonna lie. Alright. This should be fun. I like big stones, and I cannot lie. See you around, Automat Americana. Have a good one. Hang on. Got this.
What's this? A human? Did we make these tunnels tall enough for humans? I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you past the front lines without Adesha's permission.
Open your eyes, man! This Grey Warden is on a quest to find your Paragon. Do I have to take your stinking head off?
What Ogren is trying to say in his particular idiom is that we have permission.
Ogren could have been Adesha for House Branca. I suppose he's the next best thing in both skill and arrogance. You may pass. I'd offer more assistance, but my command post is here. All of Orzammar relies on us to hold this line.
Thank you.
Best of luck with your quest, Warden. Orzammar needs a Paragon now more than ever.
Very true, Jesse's Mask. At the very least, whenever I have to bring a party member, as long as I have at least one healer in my party, I know I'm going to be fine. Alright, so we're going to pause for a moment, because now... now we're doing the deep roads. Okay. Let's not go too far into this. Just, you know. Okay, I'm okay. I'm just PTSD. It's cool. It's no, we're okay. Ogren. Sorry, jotting down some thoughts on positives for the Orzammar section we just did. That would be nice, Lothario, but we'll see. Lord knows I am 2 days behind, which I am not happy about. It's okay, Pika. I'm okay. I love the visuals. Oh yeah, speaking of which, have we given a negative for brickwork yet? There it is. It's fine, Pika. It's fine. Ah! So, if you want, I don't want to preface too much, but let's just say that when the Broodmother reveal happened, that was, of course, on my first playthrough of the game. The playthrough I kind of hated the game and couldn't wait to be done with it. So, when I saw that, my first reaction was just... really? I almost put the game down, though. I was not of a mood. I need to... whatever. Let's, I was gonna do something. Break. Yeah, it should be fine. What's funny is the mother in Awakening doesn't bother me nearly as much. Maybe because of the way they use her. I don't know.
On it. Blast. Show me what you've got.
I mean, if you pay attention, Von Falkenstein, there's a pretty linear line between Baldur's Gate to Neverwinter Nights to KOTOR to Jade Empire to Dragon Age Origins. It's not Croatia. It's the most perfect, beautiful, amazing thing ever done in the history of the ever. And I'm definitely giving it a negative. Any questions?
You or me, and it isn't going to be me. Let's make
But I suppose my point, though, Von Falkenstein, is I'm completely agreeing with you. BioWare, up until, well, honestly, Tor, I would say, was very iterative in their design, kind of like Bethesda is. And I don't mind that. Like, I always... A lot of people speak negatively about iterative game design. I am not one of those people. I'm with it. You know that's true, Lord Harrowmont. Despite the edgier approach of Dragon Age 2, they never felt comfortable enough to put something like a Broodmother in it. Hell, the worst we have is the Golem thing in the final boss fight, which, by the way, I've been doing a little bit of research on the side. Did you know that that was actually a bit of executive meddling? There was a demand that there be a certain number of boss fights in the finale, no matter what you choose, so...
Show me what you've got.
Anyways. I've actually streamed Jade Empire. I recommend the stream, although it is unfortunately not a current review. And no, I'm not particularly interested in auditing it. I don't think there's a lot of value in that.
Only one shall
Soulsborne games? You know, truthfully stated, Spartan, I don't know enough about them in order to answer that question. And I know that sounds strange because I've played Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne. Whether or not I say it is Croatia. I'm sorry, I shouldn't poke fun. So there's 3 things, in my experience, that makes a game... not in my experience. In my estimation? My opinion? That make a game worthy of auditing. Thing number 1, it's a really good game and is worthy of replaying. Super Mario Odyssey. Number 2, it's a really bad game, and putting it on the books is good for the overall review system, for establishing, you know, the ceiling and the floor. I'm actually struggling to come up with an example of that, but I suppose Breath of Fire 2 would be the example of that. And, oh yeah, Ride to Hell will be under that as well. And option 3 will be something that's significant. So, under the old system, we reviewed Grand Theft Auto 3, 3, Vice City, San Andreas, 4, and 5. And yet the only GTA that we're doing an audit run of is 5. And that's because GTA 5 qualifies under these categories. In fact, GTA 5 qualifies for all 3 of these categories. It's a really good game. I'm looking forward to replaying. It's going to help establish the ceiling because GTA 5 was our highest ranking game on the old system. And it's a very significant game. So there you go. There's the audit. But that's where I tend to come from on that, Croatia. And I apologize. I know I'm getting a bit snarky. I think that's just because I'm tired. My brain's like lapsing into the background here.
Let's get started.
Well, on the plus side, it'll include Breath of Fire 1 and 3 as well, Ross. And we'll probably slam through 2. And by probably, I mean definitely. I just need my Enertron, Shadow Machine. Just 5 more seconds. Just 5 more seconds, Mom. Okay, I'm okay. And meanwhile, Anthem... The only reason I would ever do an audit review of Anthem is it does qualify for one of the 3 categories, which is category number 2. Anthem might help to reestablish the floor. Anthem is so bad that it might actually break down through the bottom of things like Devil May Cry 2 or Secret of the Stars. I don't know what you're talking about, Lord Harrowmont. Clearly, this is a place we have to do, right? Like, it makes perfect sense that this is also optional content, does not mitigate pluses or negatives, never has, never will. Yeah, Anthem has like a jetpack. I believe that is the only positive we came up with for Anthem. Granted, that was the old system. Actually, real talk, I'm not sure why it's even letting us go here. Yeah, Anthem was the floor of the old scoring system, and it deserved that slot. It wasn't like Quest 64, which I remind you is a current review that has no positives, but it was a terrible game. Experience is something, I guess. I suppose I can't argue against that. Although that means this is mindless dungeon crawling, which is an interesting thing to add in this section of the game, especially. It's fine, Caspian. It's fine. Balin's, he's cool. He's cool. We're gonna kill him, so, you know, that'll be neat.
As you wish. Desperation is an ugly perfume.
In my defense, I probably wouldn't kill Balin, but unlike Harrowmont, if you side against Balin, he attacks you. Like an idiot. That's right, Jesse's mask. There can be only one Rock Queen. Like, I guess you could argue that Balin is just desperate, but just starting a brawl in the assembly chamber, that's not gonna work out super well for him. Like, even if he had somehow killed us, which is the other problem with that strategy. Kind of, but not really, Ross. It was wildly and woefully inaccurate. It was like the most off the top of my head estimated thing I've ever done in my life. I honestly felt embarrassed to even do it. It's like asking you to remember exactly what the third building was down the street you walked across 20 years ago. No, by my recollection, he fights you right then and there in the assembly chamber. I could be wrong. Like, feel free to correct me on this, because Lord knows I'm pretty out of it right now. Okay, I thought so. I thought so. Yeah, he commits suicide by Grey Warden. That's a perfect way to describe his actions. Oh, by the way, YouTube, suicide!
Finally, we get to the good part. Let's get on with it. Bah, this is a waste of time.
Oh my god, I cannot target this guy. I mean, Celine is certainly a smart politician, as she would need to be the Empress of Orlais. But we'll talk more about her much later. I suppose I don't. That's absolutely valid. I apologize if I have triggered anybody by constantly mentioning suicide. I'm not going to stop doing that, but I do apologize for it nonetheless. Where's... There we are. Okay. Nope, I'm going the right way. Yay. Yeah, let's wait till Inquisition. We got some time, guys. We're in the deep roads. Oh god. I don't remember Von Falkenstein. I remember being curious about it, but I don't remember if she actually is like, because we're playing a completely different character like 5 years later. So yeah, you like these rocks? Okay, if it actually bothers anybody that I bring up suicide with a casual normalcy, this is a good time to mention that. I will make an effort to not talk about it while you're present. Because I am extraordinarily casual about suicide, probably at least in part because of the fact that I myself have survived several suicide attempts, and it's just kind of a normal thing to me, but also it's especially a very common thing when it comes to fiction. There's an inordinate quantity of suicide stuff when it comes to fiction. It's really, really common. I mean, we're going to be doing... There will be a suicide in this very quest chain we're doing. In fact, there will be 2. Nope, that's a lie. There will be 3 suicides in this quest chain alone. So it's why it's never really occurred to me to try and stay quiet about it, because it's just kind of... I mean, how do I avoid that, you know? And admittedly, there's the YouTube side of things, because YouTube likes to be like, "Rah!" And so suicide is one of the least objectionable things to me to try and poke at YouTube and their nonsense.
Cross. I can't believe Harrowmont actually tracked this place down. This used to be one of the biggest crossroads in the old Empire. You could get anywhere from here. including Orton Tig.
Oh god, you're right. There's a fourth one, Lord Harrowmont. I will also say, and this is the final thing I'll say on the suicide topic. I wish that in the country I live in, that suicide was treated as, like, a thing that you want to help someone with. Like, an actual, real mental help, instead of all of the things that we do to suicidal people in the country I live in, which are quite unpleasant. One of my favorite quotes, which is not actually true, but it's close to being true, is that the most suicidal I've ever felt in my life was when I was on suicide watch because of how extraordinarily unpleasant, uncomfortable, and dehumanizing it was. So... But yeah, what I do, like, it's the same thing, it's the same thing, yeah, it's really awful, Jesse Ward. It's the same thing about me trying to get over some of my own PTSD, because I do actually suffer from PTSD. And the most consistent advice I'm given from every therapist and every psychiatrist on the matter is normalize it, talk through it, right? Push through it. And that helps to remove it from the trauma side of the equation. So that's the final reason why I'm just like, yeah, suicide, because I can so casually say that I've still got the scars right here. You can't see them. You can't see them, but that's this scar right here. It goes all the way down here. I can just point to that. That's cool. That's fine. You know why? Because that's me trying to normalize it and work through it and not be like, there's my extraordinarily professional and in-depth take on the matter. You know where to go from here, Ogren?
Aye. Branca dug up some maps of the ancient empire. It's a little tough to tell with so much of it collapsed now, but near as I can figure, we're on the right path to Orton Tig.
Cool. Let's do it.
I've been waiting for someone to say that for 2 sodding years.
Okay. I mean... Yeah, exactly, Tara. Yes. That is accurate. But yeah, and like Croatia just points out, literally, hang on, so we've got, let's actually go through the list here. So we've got Balin, who's going to try to commit suicide by Warden. We've got Carradin, we've got, I can't remember her name, but you know who she is. Hespeth, that's her. And we've got the dude we're about to find. The son.
The elder mage.
Oh, wait, no.
Me. I'm reminded of a certain former
I'm wrong.
master
I'm wrong.
whose head I crushed. Or so I'm told.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shale. I am simply curious about you, that's all.
As my former master would say during his experiments.
Oh, I would do no such thing. I just find the idea of you so fascinating. On the one hand, it seems it would be so sad and so lonely in existence. And on the other, you are so very powerful. No golem I know of has ever had free will as you do. May I ask what you intend to do with it?
Other than exterminating the vermin of the sky?
Yes. Other than that?
I do not know. Crushing heads is fun, for now.
Well, that's something.
And yeah, sorry, as I have already corrected myself, the son does not commit suicide. Yay! However, as Andrew so accurately points out, the dwarf commoner has already committed suicide at this point. So that brings us back to 4. So... Oh my god. Okay, so... Also true, RRC. It's really common. It's disturbingly common. Let's just... Ugh. Okay, so let's turn off that. Or, you know what? Actually, hang on. I've got an idea. Well, let's do this. Activate haste. Then... Hero is in combat. Doesn't seem like there's a thing. Ah, well, let's just do that.
On your guard! Time for some fun!
I mean, there are several other examples. The point I was trying to make, Evo, was that even just in the Orzammar quadrant of quests, there are multiple suicides. That's the only point I was trying to make.
On it.
Because I was trying to explain why I feel, one of many reasons why I feel comfortable talking about it. Because, yeah, if we stretch this to fiction in general, this is a really, really common topic.
It's either you or me, and it isn't.
I mean, our Diablo has a suicide in it. You know? You know what? I take that back. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But you get my point. Yeah, Gale, I need you to kill yourself. What?
Come now! Defend yourself!
Could you get up? Yes, actually, Ross. In, Hyden Q, I think? God, I forget which one. No, Ogren. Oh, me. Let's switch over to here. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's true, Savacom. RFF2 has a prevented suicide. Written very much from personal experience while we're on the subject. I've seen the speedruns on Falkenstein. I would say the spirit of the forest qualifies. Past that, is Zatrian the wife? I don't know if that counts. Oh yeah, our mother at the end of the Human Noble origin. That's another example. We sat down on this. We could probably come up with quite a few examples, but we would have to start defining between different types of suicide, because there's...
This should be easy enough.
There's some gradient there. You know, I don't actually know, Yura. I'm not sure. See, if you had said Zathrian is Tuvok, then I would have understood immediately. That's why I say we would have to get into gradients von Falkenstein. There they are. Because death by cop is a real thing, or rather, suicide by cop is a real thing. I agree it is a difference. I agree it's a gradient.
On it. Let's get started.
Oh, Shale, and she's fine. Yeah, Mortal Coil is legit. That is without any kind of, possible gradients. That's just straight up suicide. Whoop, hello.
Time for some
Nope,
fun.
nope. Come on. Okay, aim.
Time to end. Show me what you've got. Go down.
I'm gonna be very curious if the keep works for us when we get to Inquisition. Because it's keep or nothing, if I'm not mistaken. There's no importing. You have to use the keep. Which makes sense. As we'll talk about when we get there. Because BioWare and EA aren't exactly the best at keeping old, out-of-date aspects of their website up to date. The keep is up. I checked a few days ago. It is still up and still functional. Well, we'll see if it actually works for the import. Yeah, I'd hate to use the default world state, because the default world state sucks. God, I forget the full list, but it's bad. It's just... Ooh.
Could have been worse.
That's a very good question, Junk Garage. And I do look forward to that discussion when we get there. We are, of course, not there yet. But yeah, no, we should have that discussion at some point. Probably when we get to Inquisition. When we fire that up, I should pop a intrigue.
Desperation is an
Whoop, there it is. Hey, it's our first shriek. You know, I honestly don't remember Lord Harrowmont.
Let's get started.
Get off my healer.
On your guard.
I think you're right, Lothario. But, by logical consequence, by removing so many references to previous games, it just means a whole lot of people are dead or worse. Oh, this is bad. Those shrieks. And I was not ready to pull that ogre. Okay, this is, yeah, this is actually bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to back off a bit. We're going to pop this. We're going to do this. And we're going to go deal with this ogre. This should be fun. Just going to chill here for a moment.
Let's get started.
Good, locked chests.
Right.
Yeah, I saw, a while ago, someone was doing a worst-case scenario playthrough of, I think it was Mass Effect. But you can do that in Dragon Age as well. Just try to come up with just, like, actually sit down and really think about just how bad you can make the world state. Because it can go down quite a ways.
Now that's the way.
I saw the question, Yura. Sorry, it's just I almost died. So it looks like the experiment is not working, so we're going to turn that off. That is just draining her mana way too hard.
This should be easy enough.
Favorite zone, in general or visually, Yura? Because I know you're big on visual design. Purely visually. Did I miss? I think I did. Yeah, this zone right here is the most impressive visually. Orzammar is one of the only zones in this game that gets a brickwork and a doodad positive. Make of that what you will. As Evo says, it was probably either first or last designed. See, I'm really torn here. I actually like the visual style of most of the BZ zones. I also admit I have a tremendous amount of nostalgia for the Peninsula, the Hellfire Peninsula. Like, the music and the visuals and the big sweeping thing, and you could see so much of the peninsula from multiple areas. Like, you can just look out and see the entire zone, and there's something I enjoy about that. Oh, I remember this frickin' Bronto. I have died to this Bronto, this exact Bronto right here. On Nightmare difficulty. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. I'll accept it. But I think I'm actually going to go with the Nether Storm. I think that's the direction I'm going to lean. The Nether Storm is just such a brilliant zone and has a wonderful contrast, too. It's obviously got the barren, nether-racked rock, but it also has tons and tons of variety within the bubbles and the cities, which are falling apart around them, and the mana forges, and it's just awesome. No, it's super valid, Jesse Ward. We're kind of bouncing back and forth between both topics here. I do love violet. It is my third favorite color. Unabashedly. Oh my god, Ogren! Ogren! Where? How did you even do this, Ogren? We're gonna turn you off of aggressive, because you, boy, you're going a bit far. We're gonna pull you back to default.
As you
Where's my weapon? Where's my weapon? Where did my staff go? Where did my staff go?
This should be easy enough. On it.
Ah! Thank you, Django. Jesus. So I kinda never do that.
Let's get started.
So it didn't even occur to me that that's what happened. We're just gonna unbind that really quick, so we never do that again. Put this on S, and then we'll put this on S, and now it's unbound. Hey! Gone forever. Alright, hang on one sec. So, you're there. You're doing that, which is correct. That should be off. And you're set to that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was really confused for a second. I'm like, there's no disarm in this game. Why did it... How did it... Well, yeah, I was just...
This should be easy enough.
Rather confused. Why do I think modern BioWare games move away from allowing you to be truly evil? Better question. Why do you think almost every game has done that? Have you noticed that? We actually talked about this last year. Fallout. You can be kind of messed up in Fallout 3, but you can be disgusting in Fallout 2.
Only one shall stand.
Hang on a sec, because this is an interesting pack. I don't like shrieks. Don't like shrieks. No, it's actually so. It's a really, really basic and vanilla thing to explain. Gaming companies in general have gotten more owned by investors. Investors don't want people to do things that'll scare off investors. That's it. There's your answer. That's it.
This should be easy enough.
Like, why do you think you can't kill kids in Skyrim? It's not because the developers made a choice on the matter. It's because Skyrim is a big AAA release. And nobody wants to deal with that. They don't want to deal with the controversy. They don't want to deal with scaring off investors. They don't want to deal with unsafe bets. You'll notice that a game that came out this year that lets you be shockingly evil is a game made by a company that is a privately owned company, not a publicly owned company.
Way out. Horton-Tig. It won't be long now.
The ESRB allows it because Baldur's Gate 3. You can kill children in Baldur's Gate 3. You can do really, really horrible stuff in Baldur's Gate 3, but it's okay. They get away with that because they don't have to answer to a board. That is the answer, right there. Now, whether it's valid or up, down, in between, that's up to you. I ain't here to lay judgment.
By the tits of my ancestors. Horton-Tig. I never thought I'd see this place in the flesh. I can see Branca all over this place. She always took chips from the walls at regular intervals when she was in a new tunnel. Checked their composition. If she was still here, though, she'd have sentries out by now.
What if Branca and everybody is dead?
Well, aren't you a sodding bright spot today? If everyone's dead, there'd be evidence of a major battle, wouldn't there? 300 or so dwarves don't just fade away.
What can you tell me about these ruins?
This was Carradin's home Tig. He was an Orton before he got raised to Paragon. Even stayed here when he could have had his own house. I guess he didn't want to move his people to Orzammar.
I'm sorry, what's Orzammar?
The City of the Dead. Carradin built it to honor the Legion of the Dead, but it was more like a sodding mausoleum than anything. Of course, that was all before he built the Anvil. After that, he was the city's pet genius, until he angered the king and fell into disfavor.
So there was a city?
No, there was a Tig here. The Orton Tig. Orzammar is north and west of here. But that's not important. Or at least I hope it isn't. The City of the Dead is known as the Dead Trenches since the Darkspawn conquered it. Much of the Legion was destroyed when the fortress fell.
Just to be clear, you have no idea what this anvil is.
No one does. At the time, Orton Tig was almost part of the main city. No one bothered to mark where the anvil was stored. Now it's impossible to know if it's been moved or even destroyed. But trust me, if we find it, we find Branca.
Alright.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
There's rock. So you're not tired of the deep roads already yet, because, you know.
Have you given any thought to your future, Shale?
I was thinking I might, join the Chantry, become divine, and have giant Andraste golems fashioned to conquer the lands.
Truly?
No.
It was a serious question. One day the quest of these Grey Wardens will be finished one way or another. What will you do then?
The quest of the Grey Wardens is to destroy the Darkspawn, I thought.
Oh? So you share a larger purpose with them? Is that your ultimate goal?
I had not given it much thought. It might be better than slaughtering every bird in existence.
Well, yes. At the very least. It's worth thinking about.
Huh. It looks like this ogre was ambushed by these rocks. Need to be careful around here. Rocks can be treacherous. Oh god!
How about you?
Everyone, don't worry. We all know rocks fear fire. It's okay, I set the rocks on fire. Oh. I'm curious what the boss is going to look like.
On it.
You know the one.
Look at this mess! I love it! No, quarter!
And if paper fears fire, then by transitive properties, rock fears fire. I love this mod. I'm gonna watch that fight for a second. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen this. So for those of you who haven't seen this, if you do shapeshift into a rock, then you have a smiley face on the portrait in the upper left. Yeah, by the way, place your bets. Who's going to win, the rocks or the ogre? Oh, wow. The rocks beat the ogre. Friggin' rocks.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Yeah, they got the CC off. That was the end of that. Oh my god, Jesse Ward. Oh Jesus, I am not getting involved in any of that. Let's just do this. We're just fire. Just set everything on fire. Just set everything on fire.
As you wish.
Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Oh god, there's more. There's more. Back away. Back away from the fire. Back away from the fire. Drag them into the fire. There's just a city infested with rocks. Don't look, Spartan, but I think it's too late. Oh god, Shadow Machine, no.
You're mine!
Do not be dragging me into a trap, please. I'd appreciate it.
Let's get started. Ha! Is that all you've got? Stay still!
No, Ogren, don't. Okay.
Come now! Defend yourself!
Idiot.
Excellent!
Not that way yet. Ah, no kidding, Jesse's mouse. I'm pretty sure the first time I did this on Nightmare, I actually left the deep roads and went back to the surface, to Denerim specifically, to restock, resupply, you know, just set up for the expedition again. It's like, yep. I'll be back. Because other than the real life time wasted, there's no detriment to my knowledge of just doing that. Damn it, now the ghosts are still being ghosts. Would you quit it? You're dead. Live with it.
You're mine! Let's make this quick, shall we? This should be easy enough.
That's a good point. I should write that down while I'm thinking about it. Unless I have already. I have not.
It's going to be me.
Shut up, Giga. Don't make fun. The ghosts are like, I'm active. I can think. I can move.
Right.
Does this count as dead? Yes. You're dead. Okay. It's always been weird. This game feels like it should have a timer, and it kind of does, but it mostly doesn't, which is probably a good thing. Come back, Rook. Come back. I need to convince you to die.
It's mine. I've claimed it.
Listen, Rook. Who are you?
You've come to take my claim. You surfaces are all alike. Thieving scoundrels. Well, I found it first.
Bah. He's a bloody scavenger. Good as sodding gone.
Begone, you! You'll bring the Dark Ones back, you will. They'll crunch your bones.
Word has it you could only survive down here by eating the Darkspawn dead.
That sounds really horrible. You realize that that's poison, right?
It burns when it goes down. It burns! It's my claim, not yours. Crunch your bones!
Warriors are awesome in Dragon Age 2. I'm almost sad we will not be playing a warrior this time around. Because I really like playing a warrior in Dragon Age 2.
It's going to be me. On it.
Oh god, the rocks got me! The rocks got me! No! Oh god! Oh god! Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Whew.
That's it. Prepare to be crushed.
I have chosen Mage for Dragon Age 2 because I've never played Mage in Dragon Age 2, so it'll be the only one, you know, that's new to me. So we'll see how we think of it. There's actually an asterisk on that, but we'll get there when we get there.
Go away. This is mine. Only I gets to plunder its riches.
You Is this Branca's campsite?
It's mine. I'm the one who found it. I drove out the crawlers. Now it's mine.
Was this campsite here when you found it?
Everything was here. Everything the crawlers did not already take. Rocks and tents and worms. It's all mine.
Right. I'm not here to steal anything. Except for your life.
Pretty lady. Pretty eyes, pretty hair. Smells like the steam of burning water. Blue as the deepest rock. So, the pretty lady won't take anything from Rock? You won't take Rock's shiny worms and pretty rocks?
I'm just here. Talk.
Oh. Rock not mind that, maybe.
Okay. So your name's Ruck.
Ruck not pretty name. Not pretty like lady. Ruck is small and ugly and twisted.
Right. Is your mother's name Filda?
No filter. No mother. No warm blanket and stew and pillow and soft words. Ruck doesn't deserve good memories. No.
You realize your mother misses you, right? Like, she actually specifically sent me here to find you.
She did not know. Not what I did. I was very angry, and then someone was dead, and they wanted to send Ruck to the mines. If I went to the mines, she would know. Everyone would know. So I came here instead. Once you eat, once you takes in the darkness, you not miss the light so much. You know, do you not? Ruck sees. Yes, he sees the darkness inside you.
Because we are partially Darkspawn. We have corrupted taint. So yeah, I am a Grey Warden.
Grey like the stone, guardian against the darkness. Beautiful like waterfalls under the lichen.
Right. You realize we should probably tell your mother about you.
No, she cannot. She remembers a boy, a little boy with bright eyes and a hammer, and she cannot see this. Swear, promise, vow you won't tell.
You would rather she think you're dead?
Yes. Tell the mother Ruck is dead. He's dead, and his bones are rotting in the crawler's webs, and she should never look again.
Well, I'm not a good liar.
The pretty lady is treacherous. Don't hurt Ruck, no!
No, it's okay. It's okay. This will be really quick. Like I said, I'm not a good liar.
Their pathetic little existences.
I will tell your mother that you're dead.
Let's get started.
Looks like that bone picker is living in Branca's old camp. Did you see the marks on the floor? There were a lot of people and fires there once. Now I know she's not here anymore. She'd never have let something like that sleep in the same spot she did.
Nothing, Evo. I didn't murder Ruck. He said I had to tell his mother he was dead. And I'm not a good liar. Oh my god, look at those water effects. Oh my god, they look so bad. I'm sorry. Just look at it. Look at it. Look at the water.
You're getting sloppy. Come now, defend yourself.
Game. There you go. Game, you don't have to get right in the melee range to... I mean, Code Vein was a good-looking game, aside from the colossal chests of the women. So, do I enjoy the Warhammer Fantasy aesthetics? Not really. I mean, Warhammer 3, that is to say, Total War Warhammer 3, was a good-looking game, and got quite a few positives for it. But, like, I would never seek it out for my own sake. I'd never get a model of it, or anything like that, you know? I would actually rather not discuss this, because the problem is, in a logical and normal world, everyone would have the right to make decisions with regards to their own lives. But in reality land and in fiction land, there's something called not in their right mind, not in the right state of mind. There's even gradients to not being in the right state of mind. So certain people functionally cannot make a decision about their life and where they want their life to go. And that sucks. There's no good answer there. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Stuff like that is why, in real life, people are often encouraged to make living wills. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine.
As you wish.
That's right, we must join the Qun! The Ottomans will tell us what to do. I mean, whatever.
Right.
The most aesthetically pleasing setting that isn't Warcraft. Setting is difficult, because I have to then think about, like, I have to immediately disqualify things that aren't really settings, right? Like, I can't pick Final Fantasy VI because it's not a setting, it's one game, right? Ride to Hell Retribution. So, limiting myself to larger scale stuff, like settings, other than Warcraft, which is the answer. I suppose my number 2 pick, you know what, Equestria is valid. I was thinking just in terms of video games. So Equestria, we'll go with that. The animation of that series is phenomenal, as it always is. But the number 3 pick... Honestly, I think I'm going to go with Star Wars. I really like the lived-in thing, right? I don't know what else to call it. It's the lived-in aesthetic. The style, the approach, the peoples, the ship design, the city designs, of which there's many. Star Wars has always been a visually engaging setting, all the way back to A New Hope. And that's no doubt in part due to the fact that so many people who were inventing aspects of visual design were doing it in that film. So I'm going to pick Star Wars as my number 3 pick. Hey, Garibaldi. Love the name, first and foremost. Okay, the rocks are warping away. It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad you've enjoyed, Garibaldi. For real. I try. Over Star Trek? Absolutely. So first of all, Star Wars is more consistently positive in my opinion. Like I said, even if you go back to A New Hope, Star Wars still looks good. But in Star Trek, we have TOS, and New Trek, neither of which I like the aesthetics of. That's actually it. I like the aesthetics of the rest of Trek, but you get my point. Also, while there are a few Trek ships I enjoy, including the Galor right here, and the Reliant right here, you'll also notice I've got a TIE Interceptor and a TIE Fighter right next to them, which I think makes my point for me. That's the Tevinter, Andrew. Oh, this looks like a major rock layer. Look at this place.
You're mine!
I like TOS's aesthetic in terms of some of the sets. But then there's Planet Soundstage, which can go directly to hell. I get why they used it. I just kind of don't care. And then there's the ships, and I sort of hate every exterior shot in TOS. Even in the remaster. Just not great.
Let's get started.
I don't remember the Oblivion cover art, Yura. It's been a long time since I've had that box.
Right.
Long time. No. Well, honestly, if you've got money, there are plenty of places which are perfectly nice to live in Star Wars. I've said many times that if I was forced to live in Star Wars, the place I would gravitate to immediately is Naboo, which is practically a paradise world, at least by Star Wars' standards.
Great job!
We appear to be webbed.
You will be stopped.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
Oh, hey! There's the boss. I'm actually a little sad. She's just another rock. Oh, well.
Let's get started.
I guess we'll see what she's cooking.
This should be easy enough. As you wish.
This fight can be very mean, by the way. I rail against Ryzen episodes, not Rise of the Planet, Yura. Ryza the resort planet, and not Ryza the sex planet, is perfectly fine. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, this fight. Just gonna drop a couple of these here for no reason. Make some noise.
Enough.
There is only one, Mr. Red, and it's the Enterprise episode. 3 days and 3 nights. It is the one and only exception. Hey look, 2 locked chests. We have given that negative, right? It is unfortunately a mod, Gigapudding. Yep, the Rogue of Requirement. My soldiers tell me I'm mad, that the dead trench are crawling with the Darkspawn, that we'll surely die before we find the Anvil, if we find it. I'll leave this here in case they are right. If I die in the trenches, perhaps someone can yet walk past my corpse and retrieve the Anvil. Wonderfully pragmatic woman. If I have not returned and Ogren yet lives, tell him, no, what I have to say should be for his ears alone. This is my farewell.
Branca was thinking about me. I knew she still cared. Old softy. Looks like the dead trenches is our next stop then. They say the Darkspawn nest there. Whole herds of them. But if that's where Branca went, then that's where I'm going.
So, if the game looks unusual to you, Garibaldi, I can explain that very easily. You're probably used to the game looking like this. Now, this, whether it looks better or not, that's debate, that's preference, that's not my territory. But this does several things, not the least of which being the blur, the introduction of the depth of field problem, which actually gives me a headache. So, we play with that off. Love you guys, but I'm not interested in headaching for the job. Favorite planet in Trek, other than Earth, which is the obvious answer. Bajor comes to mind immediately. But only a moron has a headache, Gigapudding. Fingers crossed, Evo.
Right.
So, I personally think that Branca started to go crazy pretty much from day one, to be honest with you. But someone also asked another question. Did Branca ever love Ogren? So, based on everything we could get in this game, from various conversations to various little tidbits here and there, either Branca and Ogren really liked each other, or they legitimately loved each other. And those are the only two real options. Now, Ogren never really... Like, Ogren carried a torch for her for 2 years, which says a lot by itself. She moved on pretty much immediately. But whether she moved on because that was her lover, or because she needed some kind of comfort in the depths in 2 years, because again, 2 years is a long period of time, you know, we don't know. How Hespeth came into being is just a giant question mark. But everything else indicates that Ogren and Branca, when they were together, were pretty legit. It is interesting, though, because, yeah, Branca is extraordinarily pragmatic, so she would probably be like, oh, well, Ogren's gone. That sucks, and just move on, right? That's what I always presumed. And Ogren, well, he deserves better than her, to be blunt. Exactly, Jesse's Mask. It's entirely possible that Branca still, as of this moment, loves Ogren. Is that the future one, Ross? Good cutscene, by the way. Where do they get the gear that will ever bother me? Oh, that one. That's another good one. Hi. Oh, now that is a sexy dragon. True enough, Lord Harrowmont. I was curious. I don't think anything's going to change for us doing this pseudo first. But shrug. Hey, Dead Legion. Also known as good dwarves. Are you immune to fire? Hang on, let's not. Actually, hang on. I don't want to kill you guys, so we're gonna hamper ourselves a bit here.
Let's get started. A little frantic. I can see why.
Ask me again in about a week, Yura, and we'll see. We've got plenty of game left. Although, despite the 2 days of sickness, we're making good pace. We'll probably finish Orzammar tonight if we keep pace. We've got 2 sections left of it. And then we'll do a little side quest cleanup, and then we'll move on to the, I guess the forest would be next.
Let them come! It saves us the walk to their lairs!
Got a point. I've heard some people wonder why the Archdemon couldn't sense us right there, but honestly, with so many Darkspawn all over the place, I'm pretty sure it just thought we were another Darkspawn, because we were right there, like all the others. That's just my take on it, though. I don't know.
Less fighting, more dying, blast you!
Well, party members are a pretty big story and gameplay segregation, because they should be in threat of being tainted. They're not.
Only one shall stand.
That's an interesting question, Grayon7, because the one in Dragon Age is far more interesting, even if it's worse. Like, I wouldn't want to live here, you know what I mean?
As you wish.
Let them believe they hold us here. When the throne is settled,
Let's get started. On it.
Also, there's the argument that the Archdemon doesn't really have sentience. I don't know what I think of that, and honestly, I'm not even sure we have enough information to gauge it. So, who knows?
You never had a chance. Stay still. This should be easy enough. Show me what you've got. On it. Let's get started. Let's make this quick, shall we?
That's going in the book, Black Vial. See, that's what I tend to think as well, Lord Harrowmont. But truthfully, I don't know. And again, we don't really have a lot to gauge from.
This should be easy.
No, back. Ogren, win! Okay. Okay, this could be a thing, so we're gonna do a couple things here. Ogren, you're good, right? Like, you're good up there? You got this, Ogren? Jesus Christ, Evo. I mean, I'm glad, but Jesus Christ. Alright, so.
Let's get started.
Okay, so. They're dead. As it should be. That. I want that. I guess that's actually it. Okay. Honestly, my worry for Evo is that she's got a bronchitis, which she's going to need medicine for. The good news is if it is, that should be an extraordinarily easy and quick diagnosis, and then she'll get some meds, and that'll be the end of it. No, I agree with you, Jesse's Mask. I'm not trying to say that they're golems. The archdemons are golems. I just don't think they're at the level of sentience. The exact gradient in between... Shrug. Another good question, Jesse Ward. And one that, once again, I don't think we have a lot of information to gauge with. Would you mind doing what I told you to do, please? I suppose not at all, Andrew? Guys, oh my god. Okay, okay, so hang on, let me pause for a second here. Why don't we go ahead and get just some damage on the ground? Oh, absolutely, Yura. I mean, let me put it to you this way. Do you think that Cyberpunk, the pen and paper game, and Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition are, you know, similar to each other? They're both, you know, dice-based, they're both pen and paper, but the specifics vary quite a bit, right? Potion. Thank you. Alright, I mean, even just using D&D, I could use another example. 3rd edition versus 5th edition, right? Very different, despite both being D20-based pen and paper systems, right? And that's my overall point. Another similar example I could use is Baldur's Gate 3 to Divinity Original Sin 2, despite literally being the same engine. In short, well, yeah, this could be compared to KOTOR. I don't feel like it's a one-to-one thing. For one, it doesn't follow the same 6-second rule thing, which Neverwinter Nights 1 also had.
Watch for the beasts.
Oh god. It's a rock! I don't remember, Spartan. If they did, it would be part of Villana's stuff.
Let's get started.
But I don't remember.
Or do you actually think you have a chance? Look at this mess! I love it!
It's okay, the rocks are on fire. Wait. I'm glad you approve, Mr. Red.
Let's get started.
that's another thing. The games seem to change their minds periodically on how much intelligence individual Darkspawn have. Because they seem to be capable of things like cruelty, which is not an animal trait, really. They certainly know how to lay traps, and apparently to craft and to cast. And yet, they show no particular sign of communication, culture, or society. It has been argued before that Darkspawn are an attempt to create orcs in the most purest sense of the word. The roaming evil horde and statement.
On it.
Listen, cats are different. Cats aren't animals. They're just monsters. Oh, God. The things I've seen. You mind? Dolphins are horrible, so that's a whole other thing.
You're gonna pay. As you wish.
I don't recall any Jesse's mess, no.
Let's get started. Is it just me, or do you actually think you are a jump?
I'm not complaining about it, Lord Harrowmont. It's just the thing. And yes, as is per usual, we always cover a run with all given DLCs, expansions, etc. that are available. So, yes, we will be doing Awakening. As well as the Golems of Amgagargaglugaglu and Witch Hunt. The only one I'm debating not doing is the Last Chronicles of the Darkspawn, and it's just because I'm not sure there's anything even worth talking about there, or reviewing there. But the fact that we already have Shale in the party should tell you what we're doing with regards to DLC. Yeah, sharks are fine. Aren't you fine? Oh no, I can't reach my shark. Come here, Blue. There you go. Good shark. Good shark. Yes, we've got more sharks up here. Who's a good shark? Who's a good shark? And there's another shark right here. Look, I got sharks for days, yo. The main problem I have with covering the Darkspawn Chronicles is it's mostly near identical to stuff we will already be doing. It's just repeat content, which... you know I'm not a huge fan of repeat content in general. You already have a shark emote. Bregman just used it, even. It is actually Giga Pudding. At the very end of it. That's true, Von Falkenstein. Do not.
Here we go.
Well, again, from a perspective of a review, it's like, hey, here's the same damn battle over again, except without your customized setup for it. Have fun. It's just, I don't know if that's really worth the time investment. Oh, really? Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, I just like to point out that Blue here actually predates that meme. In fact, a friend of mine, excuse me, my brother-in-law, did a little digging in that recently. Blue here was purchased right before they almost canceled selling Blahages. It was quite a while ago. And then the Tumblr craze took off, and then they brought back the Blahages and coal, but I'm just saying, Blue was here first. So I think Blue gets credit. Now, to be clear, that sounds like a joke, but it actually isn't. I mean, obviously, Blue doesn't get credit for that. Tumblr does. But Blue really does predate that meme. It's amusing to me. I just need all of you to be on fire, okay? Tell you what, Giga Pudding. You get me some of those delicious wedding cookies, and we'll talk. It's Hungarian cookies. Oh.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Okay, so before this particular sequence of the game starts, I'm going to give a quick warning. The upcoming section is psychologically as well as biologically disgusting. So I just want you to be aware of that on the off chance anybody does not want to be a part of that. I am also going to give the Deep Roads 2 negatives to gameplay. I've been thinking about this whole time. The reason is actually very, very simple. It's the same reason I give bad dungeon design to a lot of other games. It's just endless arrays of samey corridors and tons of trash fights. So, negative, moving on. But story-wise, well. Also notice we've started to get some guck around because, you know, Darkspawn.
Second day, they beat us and eat some for meat. Fifth day they return and it's another girl's turn. Sixth day, her screams we hear in our dreams. Seventh day, she grew as in her mouth they spew. Eighth day we hated as she is violated. Ninth day she grins and devours her kin. Now she does feast as she's become the beast.
Let's get started.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Ugh.
Second day. What is this? A human? Bland and unlikely. Feeding time brings only kin and clan. I am cruel to myself. You are a dream of strangers' faces and open doors.
She appears to be suffering from a high fever. Her skin is pale and she's covered in dark blotches.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Is this Darkspawn corruption? It looks different than what I'm familiar with.
Corruption. The men did that. Their wounds festered and their minds left. They are like dogs, marched ahead, the first to die. Not us, not me, not Laren. We are not cut. We are fed. Friends, and flesh, and blood, and bile, and all I could do was wish Laren went first. I wished it upon her so that I would be spared. But I had to watch. I had to see the change. How do you endure that? How did Branca endure?
Ah, you're from Branca's house?
Do not talk of Branca, of what she did. Ancestors preserve us. Forgive me. I was her captain. And I didn't stop her. Her lover, and I could not turn her. Forgive her. But no, she cannot be forgiven. Not for what she did. Not for what she has become.
What did she do, Hespeth? What did Branca do?
I will not speak of her, of what she did, of what we have become. I will not turn. I will not become what I have seen. Not Laren, not Branca.
What's really messed up about this is this is very well built up. Not just in here, but in the whole game. As I talked about during the lore run. It's a quiet question mark in the back of the game. Where do Darkspawn come from?
She became obsessed. That is the word, but it is not strong enough. Blessed stone, there was nothing left in her but the anvil.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends!
Come on. There you go. I have, in fact, RRC. The Dragon Age lore run covered both.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
Finally, we get to the good part.
We tried to escape, but they found us. They took us all. Turned us.
Orzammar. I thought it would have fallen into dust by now.
Warden senses tingling.
This should be easy enough.
Finally, we get to the good part. That's it. There you
The men, they kill. They're merciful. But the women, they want to touch, to mold, to change until you are filled with them.
Right.
They took Laren. They made her eat the others, our friends. She tore off her husband's face and drank his blood. And while she ate, she grew. She swelled and turned gray, And she smelled like them. They remade her in their image. Then she made more of them. Broodmother.
You had it coming.
That's why they hate us. That's why they need us. That's why they take us. That's why they feed us. But the true abomination is not that it occurred, but that it was allowed. Branca, my love. The stone has punished me, dream friend. I am dying of something worse than death. Betrayal.
Yeah, Branca has issues. In case you didn't catch that, and I'll just summarize a bit because it's relevant right now. Branca needed bodies. She reached a point where she couldn't progress, so she needed bodies to move forward. So Branca started deliberately allowing her own people in order to be turned into that, in order to spawn more Darkspawn, in order to have more bodies. That's, like, we talk about pragmatism. That is... God, that's so terrible. Oh, and yeah, Hespeth is one of our suicides here that I referenced earlier. Yeah, there's pragmatic, and then there's, what the hell is wrong with you? Actually, yes, Ross. Thank you for noticing. Although, I haven't seen if it's glitched out yet, which is the main thing I'm testing. Ugh. Yeah, one of the discussions we've had many, many times is who's the most evil character in Dragon Age Origins? And the answer is always Branca. Everybody always leans towards Branca. Every single time. It is an off-screen thing, yes, Jesse's Mask, but yes is the answer to your question. Hang on, we're getting a little bit memory leaky. Oh God, Litario. Ugh, ugh. I'm already feeling nauseated, but damn.
If Branca is anywhere, this has to be it. She will not be unprepared.
I don't remember when Mass Effect 1 came out. Let's find out. Mass Effect 1. Came out 2 years before this. There you go. You're probably thinking, then why does this game look like it came out before this? Because this game was in development for 6 goddamn years. Where's the encounters? There they are.
What was that?
Let me be blunt with you. After all this time, my tolerance for social graces is fairly limited. That doesn't bother you, I hope.
Well, shave my back and call me an elf. Branca? By the stone! I barely recognized you!
Oghren. It figures you'd eventually find your way here. Hopefully you can find your way back more easily. And how shall I address you? Hired sword of the latest lordling to come looking for me? Or just the only one who didn't mind Oghren's ale breath?
Be respectful, woman. You're talking to a Grey Warden.
Ah, so an important errand boy, then. I suppose something serious has happened. Is Endrin dead? That seems most likely. He was on the old and wheezy side.
How do you know I'm not just helping Oghren?
Because nobody helps Oghren. At best, Oghren's need to find me happened to coincide with the needs of someone more important.
Ah, you are impossible! This Grey Warden's come all the way from the surface to ask your help picking Endrin's successor!
I don't care if the Assembly puts a drunken monkey on the throne. Because our protector, our great invention, the thing that once made our armies the envy of the world, is lost to the very Darkspawn it should be fighting. The Anvil of the Void. The means by which the ancients forged their army of golems and held off the first archdemon ever to rise. It's here, so close I can taste it.
So what's the catch?
The Anvil lies on the other side of a gauntlet of traps designed by Carradin himself. My people and I have given body and soul to unlocking its secrets. This is what's important. This has lasting meaning. If I succeed, the Dwarven people benefit. Kings, politics, all that is transitory. I've given up everything and would sacrifice anything to get the Anvil of the Void.
So, there's something that I ran into very, very recently that just kind of struck me. It's one of those things that I always kind of knew, but never really thought about. One of the things that real-life evil people, but also fictional evil people will do, is they'll say something correct. Something that people agree with. Something that's true. And they do it because it makes them seem more reasonable. It makes it be like, oh, you know, got a point. She's got a point. No, she doesn't. She's a crazy, evil psychopath. And or sociopath. Take your pick. If Hitler himself wandered up to me and said, you know, puppies are nice, that doesn't mean I go, you know what? Hitler's got a point. No! Yeah, no, this woman is just gone. So, does this sacrifice include Hespeth and the others of your house?
Enough questions. If you wish me to get involved with this imbecilic election, I must first have the Anvil. There's only one way out, Warden. Forward. Through Carradin's maze, and out to where the Anvil waits.
What has this place done to you? I remember marrying a girl you could talk to for 1 minute and see her brilliance.
I am your Paragon.
Uh-huh. He probably would, von Falkenstein. Which just sort of makes my point for me. It is a common strategy amongst real-life politicians, regardless of whether they're evil or not. But it is also a very common thing amongst villains in fiction, which is why I bring it up here.
Test Carradin's traps. There's no way to break through except by trial and error. I sent them in. They were all mine, pledged to be my house, and they didn't want to help. They tried to leave me, even my Hespeth. But even she couldn't understand that when you reach for greatness, there are sacrifices, as many sacrifices as are needed.
Hey, look. It's the results of her sacrifices. Notice that it's primarily genlocks, by the way.
Let's get started. She shouldn't have gone. She was pledged to me. She swore she'd do whatever it took to find the Anvil. There was no other choice. Most of them were dying of the taint already. But some of the women were transforming. I knew what they would become. There would be an endless supply, fresh Darkspawn to test the traps. They could still serve me. Let me find the Anvil. It was the only way.
Oh yeah, I'm not even going to bring up the fact that genlocks are primarily the casters. Let's just ignore that. Or, I said that wrong. That there are many genlocks who are casters. Again, let's ignore that. Darkspawn magic and... Lovely woman, really. And I'm starting to like her or I'm going to kill her.
Let's get started. Is that all you've got?
You have no idea how they carried on, holding my hand and begging to die. They had pledged me their loyalty. They had no right to fight me. They say your order is renowned for its wits as well as its brawn. Perhaps you'll do better than my poor clansmen. There's something about this place. It makes people despair.
I have never not killed Branca, and I never will.
This should be easy enough.
And while this battle is going on, we're going to jot down some things. Where's our characters? There it is.
This should be easy enough. No mercy! Less fighting, more dying, blast you!
Yeah, like, Branca's just... That's a very good question, Ross. But unfortunately, the production cycle between the three is completely different.
And
Mass Effect 1 and Dragon Age Origins have a lot of relative comparisons to each other. So I think that's a valid comparison. Mass Effect 2 was a complete change in direction and being done by BioWare arguably at its prime. In fact, Mass Effect 2 was being done when, this game was being made, so like I said, at their prime. By contrast, Dragon Age 2 was being done by the same team in their prime, while extraordinarily under the gun and limited in terms of time and resources. Mass Effect 3 and Inquisition... Tons of corpses here. No, I agree with that, RRC. I hate Honora to a T. But yeah, Honora and Branca are just... No. Completely different categories of just awful. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna get some spells on the ground here. For no reason. Okay, cool. Oh no, it's a trap. Oh no. Who's more evil, Branca or How? I mean, Branca. Like I said earlier, every time that conversation comes up, it's Branca. Like, I cannot consider How nearly as bad as Branca. It's debatable if How would do the same thing Branca did, but it almost doesn't matter, because Branca did do the thing that Branca did.
Only one shall stand.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? BioWare wasn't exactly doing badly and was kind of on a steady incline of overall quality and presentation, all the way up to arguably this game and Mass Effect 2. And then across the Mass Effect trilogy and the Dragon Age trilogy, you just see BioWare going, help! And I gave Mass Effect 3 a net positive score. Game. You. Yeah, How is a noble. I say that so dismissively, but it's true. He is a noble. He is a petty, pathetic man who doesn't realize the situation he's in and is just trying to get a slightly larger piece of the same crummy pie. Branca force-fed her own people, including her lover, to the Darkspawn. I can't even put it. I can't even put it away. To the Darkspawn in order to create bodies, in order to reach the object of her obsession. Hi, Korgoth. Next. Next. There we go. That's a tough question, Latario, because as has been pointed out many times, being privately owned is not a cheat code. It allows you to bypass external influence on the development of your game, but it also limits you in terms of funding, which severely limits what you can actually accomplish. Put bluntly, we would have never gotten a Mass Effect 2, and we probably would have never gotten a Dragon Age Origins if they were privately owned. That's the trade-off. That's how that works. Games that actually manage it tend to be the exceptions, not the rule.
Right.
So, lot of lyrium here. So this should be fun. This is another mean fight on higher difficulty. There's a lot of those in the deep roads. It's almost like this is the combat part of the game. FF6 by memory, Ross. Come on. Next phase. There we go. Final thoughts? Go watch my no spoilers video. Is my final thoughts there.
Finished.
I put it together for a reason, Korgoth.
Fear is your weakness. This should be
Having said that, will I do another playthrough in the future? Honestly, somewhat unlikely.
A little frantic. I can see why. Only one shall stand.
Like, I'm not saying no. I'm not going to veto it outright. But you guys would have to fund a 100+ hour playthrough from scratch. So, that is what it is. Did you, like, not? Yeah, it's the Persona 5 problem. That's exactly that. There we go. Like, Persona 5 is on the list for an audit review, but it's Persona 5. So. But yes, the final fight against Kefka's tower thing is relatively easy. Well, that's up to you for pretty much the exact same reasons are. Long games are harder to fund. That's on purpose. That's by design. That should be that way. What are you doing? Why is nobody attacking anything? Oh my god, whatever. That should be all of them anyways.
Careful. We must strike quickly.
It is the full game. Yes, Ross. We're doing all the routes, which is why it's taken so long.
Go down.
Guys.
On your
Guys. That's the one, Korgoth. It's almost like it's right there in the title. And we're down. Okay, do something.
How does that feel?
I do love incredibly disappointing things. What are you people doing?
Prepare to be crushed.
Please, as you wish.
Oh my god, this fight.
Must it always be more killing?
I am overwhelmed. This is a waste of time.
I mean, the gameplay was one of the things I loved about Three Houses, so that's kind of a whatever for me. Oh, tell me about it, Sean. That's another game that's just kind of sitting and squatting because, yeah. Maybe, Lothario. It's also just as likely that these are just, you know, ghosts, which don't really have any life or sentience or anything at all, for that matter. Oh yeah, by the way, another very, very good outro. Mass Effect 2. Now, Mass Effect 2 I don't think has as good of an outro as FF6. At least in part because Mass Effect 2's outro does stumble, whereas FF6's does not. But still, Mass Effect 2 has another very good outro. Also possible, Jesse Ward. There is a colossal amount of lyrium up there. Chrono Trigger is also very high up there and also does not stumble. Well, okay, there's an asterisk with Chrono Trigger, and that's that the outro of Chrono Trigger is completely optional. Now, whether that's good, bad, or in between, that's kind of up to you. Witcher 3's outro definitely exists, and I don't remember it on a gameplay axis at all. I wouldn't put Mystic Quest up there with the greats, but it does have a good outro and makes no mistakes, so hey. So speaking of hard fights, that's 2 hard fights in a row. Let's do a third one, shall we? Oh, I do, Ross. Oh, God. Ugh.
My name is Carradin. Once, longer ago than I care to think, I was a paragon to the dwarves of Orzammar.
Carradin, the Paragon Smith, alive?
Ah, there is a voice I recognize. Shale of the House of Kadash, step forward.
You know my name. Is it you that forged me then? Is it you that gave me my name?
Have you forgotten then? Ah, it has been so long. I made you into the golem you are now, Shale. But before that you were a dwarf, just as I was. The finest warrior to serve King Valtor, and the only woman to volunteer.
The only woman? A dwarf?
I laid you on the anvil of the void, here in this very room, and put you into the form you now possess.
The anvil of the void? That is what we seek.
If you seek the anvil, then you must care about my story, or be doomed to relive it.
I take it you made the anvil.
Though I made many things in my time, I rose to fame and earned my status based on a single item, the Anvil of the Void. It allowed me to forge a man of steel or stone as flexible and clever as any soldier. As an army, they were invincible, but I told no one the cost. No mere smith, however skilled, has the power to create life. To make my golems live, I had to take their lives from elsewhere.
Was it worth it?
So said my king. I had only intended to use volunteers, but he was not satisfied, and soon a river of blood flowed out of this place. Finally, it was too much. I refused, and so Valtor had me put on the anvil next.
Yeah. The wonderful thing about technology like this it's only really as trustworthy as the least trustworthy person who might wield it. Like, you sort of have to zoom the camera out for questions like this. Because even under the brightest of circumstances, something like this, in a wartime, for example, or in a crisis situation, yeah, that's awful. And, okay, that makes sense. But then you zoom the camera out and you think, okay, well, what about the next generation? We win the war. Cool. We beat back the Zerg swarm. Awesome. Now what? And, I mean, his line about a river of blood flowing through it is quite apt.
Not revenge. The blow of the hammer opened my eyes. My apprentices knew enough to make me as I am, but not enough to fashion a control rod. I retained my mind. You were amongst the most loyal, Shale. You remained at my side throughout, and at the end, I sent you away out of mercy.
I do not remember.
We have remained entombed here ever since, and I have sought a way to destroy the Anvil. Alas, I cannot do it myself. No golem can touch it.
No! The Anvil is mine! No one will take it from me!
Shale, you fought to destroy the Anvil once. Do not allow it to fall into unthinking hands again!
You speak of things I do not remember. You say we fought. Did you use our control rods to command us to do so?
I destroyed the rods. Perhaps my apprentices eventually learned to replace the rods. I do not know. But if so, then all they need is the Anvil to make all the slaves they need. You, please, help me destroy the Anvil. Do not let it enslave more souls than it already has.
If you help support a new king, I'll destroy the Anvil.
Don't listen! He's been trapped here for 1,000 years, stewing in his own madness. Help me claim the Anvil, and you will have an army like you've never seen!
Glass houses.
Mad, bleeding nugtail. Does this thing mean so much to you that you can't even see what you've lost to get it?
Look around. Is this what our empire should look like? A crumbling tunnel filled with Darkspawn spume? The Anvil will let us take back our glory!
And that is an interesting question, Lord Harrowmont. Because if it's worth it temporarily, the question becomes, is it worth it long-term? Now, we have a very unique circumstance here. We have the option to have the worth it short-term, and then to get rid of it. We have the option to put the genie back in the bottle here, which is, honestly, probably the best-case scenario, which is why this has always been a no-brainer for me. You realize that in real life, if I could just get rid of nuclear fire from life, I would do it within a heartbeat, without hesitation, if that was just a thing. If we could just be like, and it's gone. You can't do that. But, well, you know, we could do it with the Anvil at least. So,
So it fights with Carradin? Good. That seems right.
Thank you, stranger. Your compassion shames me.
No! You will not take it! Not while I still live!
Branca, don't throw your life away for this.
You realize she's not the Branca you know.
Just give her the blasted thing. She's confused. Maybe once she calms down, we can talk to her.
Grin?
Bah! You're not the only master smith here, Carradin. Golems, obey me! Attack!
A control rod! But, my friend, you must help me. I cannot stop her alone.
Speaking of difficult fights, yeah, so it's difficult fight number 3 now. Because we just gotta keep this train wreck a-rolling. Oh my god, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up! Ah! Okay, so, let's do this. We're gonna layer this down. Layer this down. This. Yeah, welcome to the deep roads. Ah! You thought I was joking earlier. Kite for a minute, because it's probably the best thing we can be doing with our time. Just drag her through the fire and the flames. We carry on. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, okay. Is that all of them? That's all of them. Can you get her off me, please? Thanks.
Let's get started. Come now, defend yourselves.
I mean, honestly, I've always believed Branca is more evil than anything else. Lord knows she didn't get any better, but I would call her evil. Just straight up evil. The things she's willing to do with so little remorse. Yeah, no.
Another life lost because of my invention. I wish no mention of it had made it into history.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Stupid woman. Always knew the Anvil would kill her.
How is it that the woman was not able to disable me as she did you, Carradin?
I do not know. Have you been altered?
I once had a pathetic little mage of a master. He did something to me, experimented on me, and then I killed him, and it rendered me paralyzed.
Perhaps he was bringing forth old memories, and caused you to remember the time when you fought at my side. The paralysis you speak of always resulted when the Master perished. As for your free will, you were always a strong woman, Shell. I am pleased to see you remain such.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Do not thank me. All of this is my doing, my legacy. But at least it ends here. I thank you for standing with me, stranger. The Anvil waits there for you to shatter it.
It was good to meet you, Paragon. I intend to ensure that your warnings about the golems are heard by the Circle of Magi.
Is there any boon I can grant you for your aid? A final favor before I am freed from my burden?
And yeah, one of the really messed up things here, too, is Dwarven civilization would, and I mean this with total sincerity, be better off near universally if they abandoned their traditions, moved to the surface, and just joined the surface nations. However, every nation, including the dwarves, would suffer if they did that, because that would get rid of the wall. The wall of dwarves that's been keeping the Darkspawn at bay for however many centuries at this point. So, that sucks. So what I'm thinking, we get Gale here, right? Hey, Ogren, you lost Branca to this. What do you want?
I don't suppose you can bring Branca back. Maybe make her a golem like you.
I would not do such a thing to her, even if I could.
Somehow I didn't think so. Well, and I don't want anything that would remind me of this. Best it's just done. There is still the matter of the election. I mean, we still need a Paragon to get the Assembly support, right?
For the aid you've given me, I shall put hammer to steel one last time, and give you a crown for the king of your choice.
You know, the more I watch this, they really were trying to go for the Lord of the Rings vibe with a lot of these cutscenes. That's not a complaint, it's just, I'm surprised I've never really noticed it before. $1,200 ouch. I guess Lord Harrowmont, but we know the Dead Legion roams. So, I don't know. Speculation.
There, it is done. Give it to whom you will. I do not wish to hear their names, nor anything more of them. I have already lived far beyond my time. I have no place here.
I wasn't answering because you specifically requested no spoilers about Baldur's Gate 3, Lothario. So that's why. I will destroy the anvil, as agreed.
That would please me, human.
So much lyrium down here. God, this has got to be caustic. But at least we have a giant badass golem on our side now, so that's cool. I'm thinking he'll be a really good help against the Darkspawn late.
Eternal thanks, stranger. A trust in all Tunshire. May you always find your way in the dark.
What? No, wait. Okay. Here's my non-spoilery answer, Lothario. This is mentioning, but it is non-spoilery. I give Gale a negative to story for character. There's my answer. Really, really simply. God, there's so much lyric, guys. It's so messed up. Alright, whatever. Let's get to the registry. Don't forget the registry. Kind of important. We honor those who have made this sacrifice. Let their names be remembered. Shale.
No. Perhaps it thinks I should. It may have something to do with Carradin's words. If there is some way to make a copy of these runes, I am willing to study them. Perhaps there is something to be gleaned from them. I know not.
Well, let's do it. Trace, 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 trace. Actually, I did know that, Lothario. Ogren?
Names. Long list of dwarves. Wait, hold on. We honor who have made this sacrifice. Let their names be remembered. Fart me a lullaby. It's a memorial of all the dwarves who became golems. Has to be. If there was some way of getting this back to the Shaper at Orzammar, I bet they'd brown their trousers and pay good gold for it. Probably both.
Cool. Thanks for the insight. Listen, Savacom, I don't. Let's pretend we never heard that.
Pretty much beat the sod out of how I imagined it. You ready to head back yet and share the news?
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, those Deshirs have been trying to destroy the city for years. Haven't managed yet.
Ugh, over here? Really? I'm not doing that. Yeah, we got the shale thing. We're good, we're good. Let's get out of here. Although, just in case, let's do a hard save. Yes, Dr. Winter. In my opinion, obviously.
Lords of the Assembly, I call for order. This argument gets us nowhere.
Then why these delaying tactics? I call for a vote right now. My father has one living child to assume the Idukan throne. Who would deny him that?
Your father made me swear on his deathbed you would not succeed him.
I apologize for the interruption, Lord Steward, but the Grey Warden has returned.
We should let the Warden speak. What news do you bring?
I bear a crown from Paragon Carradin for his chosen king.
Carradin was trapped in the body of a golem. This warden granted him the mercy he sought, releasing him and destroying the Anvil of the Void. Before he died, Carradin forged a crown for Orzammar's next king, chosen by the ancestors themselves.
This crown is of Paragon make, and bears House Hortan's ancient seal. Tell us, Warden, whom did Carradin choose?
He allowed me to choose whomever I choose.
We've argued in these chambers for too long. The will of the Paragon is that the Grey Warden decide.
Hang on. I grant the crown to Lord Harrowmont.
I appreciate your forthrightness, Warden. You have acted with grace through this entire torturous process.
That's funny, Sorora. Makes sense, though. It's cool. Varric's got this. Yeah, don't worry. Balin's super happy about this. Let's see. So we were working for the Balin, then we were working for Lord Harrowmont, then we were working for Balin, then we were working for Lord Harrowmont, and then Balin, and then Lord Harrowmont. So however many that is.
I will not abide by this!
The ancestors have spoken.
Stand down, Balin. You lost.
Would you let a surfacer decide the fate of the dwarves?
Watch out! They brought weapons!
Guards!
So yeah, this is what happens if you don't pick Balin. By the way, this does not happen if you pick the opposite. By the way, if you pick the opposite, Balin has Lord Harrowmont executed.
Sense something from me.
Courthouse Harrowmont!
So, you know.
This will be over.
Oh, I think I'm killing all the NPCs. I'm killing the assembled lords.
I admit I did not think even Balin would defy the word of a Paragon. Nor that so many would follow him.
You okay there, Harrowmont?
Orzammar has seen him for what he really is, and I trust we will bring this insurgency under...
You doing alright, buddy? Lord Harrowmont, talk to me, man. Talk to me.
Indeed. More than anyone but my wife, Warden. And I thank you for it. Those loyal to the throne will begin preparations for a surface mission immediately. Orzammar will fulfill its treaties. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get to the palace and set our plans in motion.
I desperately need a bath right now for some reason.
This is the staff I carried as King Endrin's II. Take it as a reminder of your place in Orzammar. I wish you luck against the Blight Warden. May we foster another 4 centuries of peace.
Not if Inquisition has anything to say about it. Oh, hey, Balin had an emerald on him. Cool. Yeah, man, this coronation's just fire, let me tell you what.
The Assembly is in recess until King Harrowmont can address them.
Yeah, no, the Assembly's on fire, buddy.
Grey Warden, you have impressed the best of us.
Who are you?
If I'd heard it secondhand, I'd have called it a sodding lie.
Oh, right.
Warden, we've got a king because of you. The rest, impressive, but the Legion is grateful most for restored leadership. It frees us to fight to the Darkspawn properly.
Oh, I am glad. We need you at your best.
You'll have us too, indirectly. Our place is here. But when you break the Blight,
We'll make sure the Darkspawn have a fine welcome home. It's more guaranteed than any servicer's had.
It'll do.
Best of the vein to you, Grey Warden. Until the stones embrace.
And I know this sounds weird, but I've always had a tremendous amount of respect for the Dead Legion. They're probably the closest thing to what I would call an ideal military that the dwarves have. And possibly the entire setting has. Thank you, Korgoth. I apologize for being honest. And, as usual, if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Yeah, we were talking about, you know, real honor and fake honor. The only dwarves with real honor are the frickin' Dead Legion. Just saying. Not counting individuals, obviously. Yeah, your nightmare is my everyday. It is a good line.
Impressive work, Warden. King Harrowmont's impending coronation has been entered into the memories, but I apologize. You do not know me nearly as well as I know you. I am Zebor, the Shaper of Memories. Is there something more I can help you with?
I got some tracings.
What's this? A list of names. Most of these clans no longer even exist. Is this authentic?
You bet your hairy arse it is. Taken from a tablet in Carradin's fortress, no less.
Then is it true? The rumors of Carradin's so-called volunteers? Extraordinary! I would love to make a copy of this. The Shaperate has never had much information on Carradin and his golems, much less proof of this magnitude. Warden, I hope this artifact from our archives will suffice as a reward. I must inform the Shaperate at once.
So I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting someone to donate for a Baldur's Gate 3 rerun for, honestly, another year or two. Give me time to chew on it. So now I have to decide right now if I'm going to allow that or veto it. Because on the one hand, as has been pointed out in chat already by Latario, we may never get the definitive edition for Baldur's Gate 3. That's still in the air. Larian is doing whatever, Wizards is doing whatever, and Hasbro has their finger in the pie as well, so who knows. On the other hand, that may take a few years to get there, and on the other hand, that's going to take an inordinate quantity of funding to be funded, because I'm going to charge probably about 120 hours for that, because of additional content. So that leaves the final question. Are you okay with that potentially going towards nothing, Korgoth? Or, you know, whatever that ends up going towards? Because I know, of course, Larian's considering DLC, but that's not... It's not that simple. They don't get to just decide that, right? Like, I'm not going to say that they're not making DLC, but I don't think it's a guarantee it's coming out. I guess that's my overall point here. All right, Korgoth. Like, as long as you're in the know on this, as long as you understand what this means, I'll allow it.
I started to worry. I didn't know if you were ever coming back. Did you find any records? Any sign of the old Orton Tig?
Actually, yeah.
You found them? Let me see. That's my great-grandmother's name. And her husband! Oh, great ancestors, it's them! It's me! I am an Orton. Oh, thank you. I have to take these to the assembly right away. Find me there. Once these are acknowledged, I'll give you any reward.
Wasn't expecting another donation. Hang on. I don't even have the webpage up. Oh, Jesus, Jesse's mask. No! No! Thank you, Gray. I want to be very clear about this. If the definitive edition does not happen, this is going to the void, right? I really want to make sure that y'all are aware of this, right? what, eyes open, like it was, being honest with your customers. I don't know what that's freaking called. There's a term for that. Not being a dick. There you go. That's integrity. You know what? Sure. We'll go with that. I like it. Transparency is actually the word I was going for. Full transparency.
My name's Orta. After the old Orton house, they gave our seat back. And the records show which houses still owe House Orton money.
Oh, Jesus.
One day, I will be able to properly thank you for all you've done for me.
Honestly, I'm just happy you're happy.
And I don't know what treasure is left, but whatever I get, you can have as much as you want. I'll have to find someone willing to look. Maybe a whole expedition. If the tide is still there, it must have something. House Orton will not forget this kindness. Didn't that sound official?
I was just saying, how do you think the interest is on those? Ooh, that was a camera. Okay, let's do a little wrapping up, shall we? Oh my god, Carta. You're killing me. You're all killing me. 120 hours. It's not getting funded overnight. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Thank you, Korgoth. And thank you, Dr. Winter, very much. I will jot that down for the Darkest Dungeon, the BRPG block. Wrath of the Righteous. Who? Shiny Toki?
News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont victorious. Lord Balin pathetic.
Actually, so I told you, maybe you weren't here for this. My brother-in-law's dad was here helping to install some of the doors. That was the noise earlier. There's only one installed right now, but I have a door over there now. Which, it sounds sarcastic, but I don't mean it that way, because it's more than what I used to have, which was 0. So we're up to 1. Oh, it's helped so much, Ross. Oh my god, you have no idea. Buying that AC, the window unit for the AC, was one of the best decisions I've made for this show. Or my health, or my sanity, in a frickin' year.
You've returned. With all the excitement over the new king, I never expected you to remember my poor son. Did you learn anything about my ruck?
Yes, you should go out and... No, I'm not gonna be that awful. Are you sure you want to hear it?
What is it? Is he dead? Oh, please don't torment me.
I found his remains. He died heroically, but it was long ago.
Oh, my poor boy. I guess I knew, but I just wish I could have seen him one last time. Here, this is my husband's masterwork, the first shield he smithed. I don't have anyone to save it for anymore. I'd like you to have it, for what you risked to bring me this news.
Listen, RRC. He is dead. It's not a lie. That part's not a lie. Just, you know... so I'm kind of as unpacked as I'm getting for the moment, Korgoth. The whole thing's kind of in a weird limbo right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything with this behind me.
Why not?
Pardon?
Oh, I'd give you a roll. Why not?
I don't blame him.
Roll.
I would have all of the sex with Wynn, I'm just saying.
Anytime. Preferably in the dark.
I suppose I should be flattered.
I'm not sure I have the equipment for that, but sure, whatever gets you working.
Oh my god.
Give me a moment.
It's okay. Take your time.
By the stone. I feel like I'm about to fall off the world with all that sky up there.
Is it strange to you?
Strange? Strange is your wife turning out to prefer the ladies, not living in a world without a bleeding ceiling. Well, let's get moving. We're losing, daylight.
The best part, Savicom, is we cannot romance her. Best romance option in the game. She is not a romance option. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. We're just gonna do something super quick here. Just really, really quick. Just for Evo.
Yes? Well, here I am.
Hang on. So, I gotta remember how to give a gift here. She put all of them done this. Nug. There you are. Give gift.
Oh, it's one of those subterranean bunny pigs. Oh, look at him. Come here, you.
I can't believe you wanted this filthy animal.
Thank you so much. You've made my day.
You're welcome. We also have increased her rep to finally get her first stat buff from rep.
Have I ever told you I really like the way you wear your hair?
No, I don't think you have. Thank you, though.
It's very nice, and it suits you. Simple. Not like the elaborate hairstyles we wore in Orlais. They involved flowers, ribbons, jewels...
And ships.
1 year, feathers were all the rage, and Lady Elise decided she needed to outdo everyone else, and actually wore live songbirds in her voluminous hair. The chirping was quite charming for a while, but you must realize, terrified little birdies often have loose bowels.
Gross?
Yes, you can imagine what she looked like by the end of the evening. But I was trying to say something nice to you, wasn't I? Oh, forgive me. My mind wanders so. It's just that I feel so comfortable talking to you, like I could say anything and you wouldn't judge me.
I would probably judge you for a few things, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, I'm with it.
You see? This is what I mean. You're such a pleasure to talk to. I haven't felt this close to anyone in a long time. I really enjoy your company.
So, we could say you're a treasured friend and shoot her down gently. I think you're getting the wrong idea and shoot her down a little bit less gently. We could be a dick, or... Tell me, Liliana.
And what would you do if I said I do? Very much so, in fact.
I might giggle. Maybe look coy.
Huh? You must do that then. Perhaps later when I'm not prepared for it. Surprise me. Come then, let's get going. If I recall correctly, you have some important earth-shattering business to attend to.
But yes, we're romancing Liliana. There's several reasons for that, not the least of which being our options are only two. But the main reason is I'm actually quite curious what's going to be happening in Inquisition with a Liliana who is, you know, with the Warden. So, we'll see where that goes. But Foist, I know we've got camp stuff to do, but hang on.
Right.
I can't romance Alistair.
Yes.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. Ever since he forced a romance upon me, my very first playthrough. Yes, that really happened. Okay, while we're traveling, let's go see that gigantic donation that I think Voice of Authority did. Yep, there it is. Thank you. Up. Thank you, Voice of Authority.
Sire, I have more news. Yes. Well, it seems that the fighting has gone
Enough.
exactly as you...
I would like to know what you intend to accomplish, Father. Should we not be fighting the Darkspawn instead of each other?
The nobility should be brought into line and then the Darkspawn defeated. This is no true blight, Honora. Only Kaelin's vanity demanded it be so.
Beg pardon, sire. But blight or no, we may not have the manpower to face the Darkspawn soon.
Kaelin approached your legions for support, did he
Never!
not?
Marek and I drove those bastards out! We'll not roll out the welcome for them now.
We need help, Father. We cannot deal with this crisis alone.
Ferelden will stand on its own! I will lead it through this, Honora. You must have faith in me.
Did you kill Kaelin?
Kaelin's death was his own doing.
What I don't like about that cutscene, and indeed several of these cutscenes, is they're kind of deliberately misleading. It's trying to make us think that Honora is an ally in all this. She's not. Meanwhile, it's time to get our final party member.
We need help. They attacked the wagon. Please help us. Follow me. I'll take you to them.
Well, final party member for the time being. Yeah, let's get you... oh, never mind. Let's get you. Grab that. Oh my god. Anyways, Voice of Authority, I am putting it towards something that might not be coming out. I just want to be very, very clear about that. Guys, you're killing me. You're killing me. Thank you, Spartan. Always appreciate. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you. I mean, Kaelin, is like I said, if you... The problem with those cutscenes, really, is the fact that they're slanted. And I feel, and this is my opinion, I don't have proof of this, but I feel like the reason they're slanted is because they were designed and built in a game that was crafted over the course of 6 years. And the reason that's so significant is because opinions and designs and paths and ideas change over a 6-year development cycle. So I wouldn't be surprised if Loghain was originally more of a villain and less of Loghain, and because those are pre-rendered cutscenes, they had to run... I mean, it's in-engine, but it's actually not. They had to point a camera at the models and record that and do all that stuff completely separate, right? So, pre-rendered... This is actually a really common thing in game development. Pre-rendered cutscenes, you can't just change those. Those are extraordinarily time-consuming and expensive in order to go through. So, they're the ones that tend to be the variants compared to everything else. All the rest of the stuff tends to indicate that Loghain is Loghain, which kind of gets my point across. And yes, I did actually notice your comment, Spartan. I am amused at the thing. Gray, you're killing me here. Thank you, Gray. I will put that towards Baldur's Gate 3. Because obviously... Thank you. Because obviously there's a degree of honesty to what Loghain says. But arguably that's not how, that's not Loghain, and that's not Honora. The final results of their characters are very similar. You know, they're not completely different. It's not completely character assassination. But you can see how there's enough difference there that every time you go through it's like, eh? What am I doing? Right. That explains that. There we go. Loghain is both right and wrong, put very simply. Kaelin was an idiot, but that doesn't mean he, and substantially more importantly, an entire army needed to die in order to get that point across. And yeah, the cutscenes also make you think Honora is both trustworthy and an ally. She is neither. And they also, if you're paying attention, almost every cutscene makes Hao seems like nothing more than a stoolie to Loghain, when in truth it's kind of the other way around. Hao is the one actually running things for the most part. Again, all of this could be smoothed over, but I stand by my theory that the reason is because they're pre-rendered cutscenes, and those are much harder to change. Anyways, lore shock. Forgot. Bingo, Jesse Ward. That's my theory.
The Grey Warden dies here!
I should mention I don't have definitive proof of that other than just analysis and conjecture, but I stand by it. I do legitimately think that's what's happening. Well, that sucked. Wander over here for a second. Yep, okay. Yeah, not necessarily, Evo. Notice the camera direction, for example. Like, that would be an interesting creative challenge. But let's be clear, that would be a creative challenge. Can I... Also, this is actually a really well-designed trap. This fight can be mean. They're not even high level or high stat, they just have good terrain, good usage of traps, and good variety of enemies and different attacks. It's a really well set up thing. We don't actually have a specialization yet, Shiny Toki. Obviously we're going to learn blood magic. I mean, duh. What kind of mage doesn't know blood magic?
On your guard!
I'll probably take Spirit Healer, though. Maybe, I don't know, it doesn't matter to me. Oh yeah, there's also a bunch of them. So, we could just kill Zevran right here.
Oh, what? I rather thought I would wake up dead, or not wake up at all, as the case may be. But I see you haven't killed me yet.
Yeah, that's a thing, Josie Ward, and some people like to read a little bit too much into things, and I know that's funny coming from me. So, couple of questions.
Ah, so I am to be interrogated. Let me save you some time. My name is Zevran. Zev to my friends. I am a member of the Antivan Crows, brought here for the sole purpose of slaying any surviving Grey Wardens, which I have failed at, sadly.
Right.
So would I be in your shoes. For me, however, it sets a rather poor precedent, doesn't it? Getting captured by a target seems a tad detrimental to one's budding assassin career.
So who hired you to kill us?
A rather taciturn fellow in the capital. Loghain, I think his name was. Yes, that's it.
So you're loyal to Loghain.
I have no idea what his issues are with you. The usual, I imagine. You threaten his power, yes? Beyond that, no, I am not loyal to him. I was contracted to perform a service.
Right, so you failed at that.
Well, that's between Loghain and the Crows, and between the Crows and myself.
And between you and me?
Isn't that what we're establishing now?
Right. How much were you paid?
I wasn't paid anything. The Crows, however, were paid quite handsomely, or so I understand. Which does make me about as poor as a chantry mouse, come to think of it. Being an Antivan Crow isn't for the ambitious, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, honestly, the Crows, that is to say the actual individual assassins, have a really raw deal. It's kind of messed, like most things are in this setting. So, I'm sorry, if being a Crow sucks, why are you a Crow?
Well, aside from a distinct lack of ambition, I suppose it's because I wasn't given much of a choice. The crows bought me young. I was a bargain, too, or so I'm led to believe. But don't let my sad story influence you. The crows aren't so bad. They keep one well supplied. Wine, women, men, whatever you happen to fancy. Though the whole severance package is garbage, let me tell you. If you're considering joining, I'd really think twice about it.
Yeah, gotta get some child slavery in there. Very important. I'll take that under advisement.
You seem like a bright girl. I'm sure you have other options.
Thanks. When are we gonna see Logain next?
I wasn't. If I had succeeded, I would have returned home and the crows would have informed your Logain of the results, if he didn't already know. If I had failed, I would be dead, or I should be, at least as far as the crows are concerned. No need to see Logain then.
Right. So, why are you telling me this?
Why not? I wasn't paid for silence. Not that I offered it for sale, precisely.
See, one of the things I like about this is that Zevran's total honesty shtick is exactly why he endeared himself to me immediately. It's extraordinarily rare that someone's like, okay, hold up. I was hired to kill you, but, like, clearly this is way outside of my pay grade. So let me just, okay, so this is the person who hired me. This is the circumstances of the hiring. I'm not with them or anything like that. You know, it's kind of rare that you see something like this. Aren't you a little loyal to your employers?
Loyalty is an interesting concept. If you wish, and you're done interrogating me, we can discuss it further.
Sure. Make it quick.
Well, here's the thing. I failed to kill you, so my life is forfeit. That's how it works. If you don't kill me, the crows will. Thing is, I like living. And you obviously are the sort to give the crows pause. So let me serve you instead.
As an aside, and I've been called on this before, I've never agreed with that line. I don't think Zevran actually particularly enjoys living all that much. He does not have a particularly good life. And we can help him to both find and have a better life, which we will, of course, do. But, man, poor Zevran. So, what do you want in return?
Well, let's see. Being allowed to live would be nice, and would make me marginally more useful to you. And somewhere down the line, if you should decide that you no longer have need of me, then I go on my way. Until then, I am yours. Is that fair?
Yeah, I guess the question here is this a retcon? Because, again, 6-year development, easy to change things. So, most of everything else Zevran says lines up with the fact that he wanted to die here. So why does he then change his mind with us? Having said that, this is not necessarily a retcon. This is one of those things we could smooth over, because it's entirely possible that he, I don't know, saw something in us or was curious enough about us to be like, I'll see what they're up about. You know, I'll see what they're going. I mean, they've obviously got something going on for them, either because of curiosity or because of hope or because of whatever, right? And then he's like, yeah, sure. And then, party member. I accept.
We're taking the elf? Oh, fine. Fine. I see standards are just falling down all over the place.
I see. Are we now supposed to engage in some manner of archetypal dwarf-elf banter, my friend?
Nah.
I hereby pledge my oath of loyalty to you until such a time as you choose to release me from it. I am your man, without reservation. This I swear.
Welcome to the party, Zevran. But right now, we got something else to do, so we're gonna move on for a second. Oh yes, and we're totally doing the prison escape with Zevran and Ogren, just for those of you who know what that means. And yeah, there's also one other layer to this. So I don't want to talk about actual suicide, because I don't actually want to trigger anybody. But one of the things that is pretty demonstrably true is that people tend to think something until they're there. Not just with suicide. This is true with a lot of things in life. Once you're actually there in the moment, feeling it for real, it's different. Whatever you've prepped for yourself and whatever you have going on in your head doesn't always equate the same way, right? So it's entirely possible that Zevran was suicidal, wanted to die, was on the verge of death, and was like, hold up. Hold up. And that's when he changed his mind. That's not really out of bounds. Let's go grab that. So make our way up towards haste. You.
You went above and beyond the call of duty for the Circle. You have done us proud.
Yeah, for better or for ill, I've actually experienced a lot of those kind of moments in my real life, Jesse Ward. So I know a lot of who I really am. But I also know that I didn't know that until I was there, you know. There's a woman in Orzammar who wants to study magic.
Orzammar, indeed. You have piqued my curiosity. It is common knowledge that dwarves lack the aptitude for spellcraft. She will never be able to weave the simplest magic, no matter how hard she tries.
That's not really the problem here.
Fascinating. I suppose the Circle should be flattered.
So, we really should do this.
I cannot deny anyone, dwarf or human, the chance to learn. Knowledge should not be withheld from those who seek it. Tell Dagna of Orzammar that this path will not be easy. But if she chooses it, then she is welcome here at the Circle. She will live and study with the Tranquil, and perhaps the apprentices, when it is appropriate.
Thank you, First Enchanter.
If only the Circle was in better shape. I fear she may be disappointed when she arrives.
Nah. I think she'll be really interested in how this goes.
This will be interesting. She could tell us much about our dwarven neighbors. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I like the idea. I shall take this as an indication that perhaps things are starting to look up for the Circle. Thank you.
Of course.
I wish you well.
So, back out. Back across the... How many times have we gone around this stupid lake? Do we have boots of flying? Thank you, Gwyhair, very much for the subs. Always endeavor appreciate. I suppose you know that if you put that towards up to 3 things, that can be a thing, and it can be a thing. Damn that lake!
Hello, how can I... It's you! And
Hi.
It's been, well, quite a while.
Yeah.
Enough time to get to the Circle and back, I hope. Oh, please tell me what they said.
First Enchanting Irving is totally going to accept you for study.
Ancestors, bless you. I can't believe it. There hasn't even been a Dwarven observer in the Circle since Urelden in the 13th century. I need to pack. No, my parents would get suspicious. I need to go. Is there anything I should bring? Books? Tuition?
Nope. You're good.
Then I should go before my parents come looking for me. If you ever go to the Circle again, maybe I'll see you there.
Yeah, I think the subs... Twitch has been very twitchy today. It's kind of weird, honestly.
You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop?
Hang on.
But, I'm guessing by your face...
Okay, never mind.
And you...
I was hoping to tell him, hey, your daughter left, but apparently I can't tell him. Oh, well. We're fine, we're fine. Okay, 1 second. We need to speak with Vartag when we're ready for our audience with Prince Balin. So anyways, I mean, he could try, Henson. I don't know how much success he's going to have on that matter. See, that's their mistakes of account. They need to invest in superhero insurance. Let me go talk to Hey, Balin. Kick. Hey, Balin. He's not answering. Balin! Oh my god. Dude's is still a stone. Yeah, I gotta go to the tea house to talk to Ethel. Oh my god. Yeah, let's get a hard save in here. Orzammar down. Mage Tower down.
It seems I must retract a statement I made earlier. The Elder Mage is not at all like my former master.
Oh? That's a good thing, is it?
It is, unless you happen to like having your head crushed. Not that I remember doing that.
You know, I think I even remember who you speak of. His name was Wilhelm, yes? From the Free Marches?
It was Wilhelm of shrill voice and the control rod that he enjoyed wielding very much. Any more than that, he did not divulge.
Well, if it was the same man, he had quite the reputation. A scholar of some means who disappeared mysteriously.
Mystery solved. I killed him. I expect I smiled, much as I'm able to.
You do speak your mind, don't you?
Fortunately, no other part of me has anything to say.
Yeah, that's what we got Ogren for. Oh gosh, they say Tarhuntus. I forget the exact time. It's like 10 years, something like that. It was a decent chunk of time, but not a super long chunk of time. Tomorrow, hopefully, at about 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. No promises on that. We will continue. And we're starting to wrap up a couple things, so it's time to go ahead and hit up the Brazilian outskirts, I think. I'll see you guys then.